Chapter 88. A couple of moments ago. Fuck. I can't find a single dress that has some tactical advantage. After separating with Ghost, she was going in and out of all the clothing stores. Considering she wouldn't be able to cast spells as when she was a cultivator, she needed a dress that would let her move around freely without restricting her movements when firing arrows. All the clothing stores and the clothes they had for women were fancier, but none of them were what she was looking for. After checking the 7th shop, she stepped inside the 8th clothing store. The store had red brick walls and grayish tiles to give a unique charm, and several mannequins in glistening dresses. A bunch of cultivators, including a few girls and boys, was rummaging through the neatly hanged clothes racks, while a salesgirl approached to welcome the new customer, Gaia. "Welcome, miss." As the girl noticed Gaia's cultivation level and realized she was only a mortal, the brightness on the salesgirl's face dimmed. Gaia was too tired to bicker with the girls as she had seen 7 people like this girl earlier. "I want something less glittery and black will be great," said Gaia. "Follow me, miss." The girl gestured at her to follow her to the corner while a couple of youngsters in pink uniforms were adorning a pretty girl with new clothes. The girl seemed so happy and in such a good mood seeing the boys paying all her bills. The salesgirl beside the girl was carrying new clothes up to her neck and stumbling because of the weight. Gaia obviously ignored this and minded her own business. "Miss, you can find less glittery clothes for women in this rack." The salesgirl used Gaia's words and pointed at a rack full of ordinary clothes. If she was a princess and a cultivator, she wouldn't have even looked at the dresses before her, but now, they seemed like her only choice. "Oh." The salesgirl's brows arched upwards when she saw Gaia taking all the black clothes including tops, pants, and innerwear without even checking the size or price. "Mississippi." "Shush, my friend and I are crazy rich. So yes, I can pay for all these." The salesgirl heaved a sigh hearing Gaia's proud, confident voice. The salesgirl's face instantly brightened thinking about the commission for this sale, and the high probability for a significant tip. "Miss, if you want, you can see the new stocks over there." The girl pointed at the area where the cultivators and the girl was shopping and led Gaia there. Up until now, the youngsters didn't notice Gaia, but when she approached the area they were in, all eyes fell on her. Ignoring the gazes, she followed the salesgirl and began to check the racks. The pink uniformed girl had already taken all the glittery and expensive clothes on the rack that had no tactical advantage. However, that worked in Gaia's favor as the girl already filtered the clothes, making Gaia's life easier. "Why didn't you show these to me before?" she asked the salesgirl, and picked all the remaining dresses on the rack. "Who is this peasant?" The pink uniformed youngsters were bewildered because these dresses were very costly and a peasant like her couldn't afford it, or at least that's what they thought. Of course, by default, they branded her as a peasant looking at her cultivation level. The arrogance and pride of being cultivators dulled their brains. Gaia heard the remark, but she remained quiet because she didn't want any trouble. "Looking at this peasant buying all these clothes, I feel cheap. Who the hell is she?" The pink uniformed girl thought to herself and kept staring at Gaia with the furrowed brows. "Solomon, give me the juice bottle," the girl asked one of the boys as he quickly retrieved the mango juice bottle from his space ring and handed it over to the girl like a servant to impress her. The girl loved the attention and wanted to be the center of everything. Therefore, when the people in the store and some of her friends started to notice Gaia instead of her, she felt pissed. In simple words, the girl had a narcissistic personality disorder. The girl took one sip, and then she walked towards Gaia to turn all the attention back at her. Plop. Oops. The girl pretended like she tripped and spilled the juice all over Gaia and the new clothes in her hand. "The fuck, bitch." Gaia lost her cool when she saw the devious look on the girl's face. However, the devious and wicked grin on the girl's face took a turn to the worse when she heard Gaia's words. Gaia was not like Michael, who spent years controlling his anger as she shouted at the girl. "What did you call me?" "I called you a bitch because you blind bitch spilled the fucking juice all over me." Although Michael was not with her, the no fight in the island rule gave her the guts to yell at the girl without holding back her anger. The girl's face turned red and almost puffs of smoke came out of her nostrils in anger and embarrassment. She picked the wrong chick to mess with. "How dare you?" The boys around the girl bared their teeth at Gaia like angered Rottweilers. "The nerve!" The girl furiously pointed her finger at Gaia and yelled. If you don't drop to your knees and apologize, I will cut your tongue out, peasant. Please calm down, my lords and my ladies. Fighting is prohibited on the island. Both the salesgirls beside Gaia and the bitchy girl quickly reminded them before the citation escalates. Even if it doesn't, my friend will skin all you sons of bitches alive if you touch a hair in my head, Gaia said, and didn't bother to hide the arrogance in her voice. We'll be in trouble only if someone alerts Lord Julius. You're just a mortal. Even if we killed you and someone did alert Lord Julius, we'll only get a fine, and that's like a small slap on the wrist. The girl spoke as Solomon ran to the entrance to shut the door and the windows. Gaia's face turned dark and gloomy, because she knew the girl was right. She clearly miscalculated the girl's character, but no matter what, she was not going to apologize to the girl. How could the princess of the Nagaland and a heavenly blessed prodigy drop to her knees and apologize to another girl? 5,000 gold coins for those who keep their mouth shut. The girl threw a pouch of coins to the middle of the store and made the people turn a blind eye to the situation. Obviously, Gaia had coins to counter-offer, but she knew it won't work because she's alone and the girl had 8 body refining stage cultivators and 1 level 4 body strengthening cultivator with her. Therefore, even if she offered them more coins, the people wouldn't help her, especially if they were weaker than the girl's group. Boys, grab her, the girl grinned evilly and ordered her minions. Fuck it. The bow of Legolas appeared in her hands as she fired an arrow at the girl's step at lightning speed. Whoa, the girl jumped back and the youngsters were taken aback by surprise. They were cultivators, but even for them, her movements were too quick and caught them by surprise. If you take one more step, the next one will go right between your eyes, she warned the girl and carefully walked back towards the door while still aiming the arrow at the girl. You're fast for a mortal, but I'm faster. Just as Gaia was a few steps away from the door, the bitchy girl said and waved her hand. Plap. The next moment, the girl appeared beside Gaia and slapped her. The force of her slap threw Gaia up against the wall and made her spurt out blood. Poor girl, one of the men who were watching this mumbled. Cough, cough. Gaia's vision blurred for a moment because of the slap. Her head was spinning, and if the girl used a little more force, Gaia's neck would have broken. Whistle, chill. The glass window suddenly exploded into pieces following Gaia's whistle as the white Pegasus came to the rescue. The sudden entrance of the Pegasus stunned the girl and the youngsters for a moment. Gaia mustered all her strength and jumped on the Pegasus to escape the store. Hulch! Ah! Just when Gaia was about to fly away, Solomon grabbed the arrow Gaia fired earlier and threw at her viciously. The arrow pierced Gaia's chest just a couple of inches away from her heart. Blood immediately rushed out of her mouth as she gave one last weak kick to fly away. Get her! The girl panicked and screamed. The girl knew if that mortal girl attracted too many eyes, they would get more than a slap on the wrist, because even if the girl was mortal, Julius would be forced to severely punish them to protect his reputation. Since the mortal girl jumped out of the store with her Pegasus, they had to capture and kill her before she could draw more attention. Hit the Pegasus. The girl quickly hatched a plan and screamed at Solomon. People outside didn't see what happened inside the store, therefore, the girl planned to hit the Pegasus from inside the store and make Gaia fall to death. That way, she had the chance to pay the people inside more and cover up what happened before the shit hit the fan. Kiss of death. Solomon was an expert in long-ranged attacks and learned a few handy spells to attack a target in the distance. Hulch. Nay. In the sky, the Pegasus violently neighed as a long green dagger pierced straight through the Pegasus' abdomen. Who? Man. Gaia's vision kept blurring as she fired one last arrow at a crowd gathered on the ground below her, and hoped Michael would see the arrow by some chance. Shit. How is she still flying? Solomon panicked and looked at the girl for guidance. Fortunately, the poison is driving the Pegasus crazy and taking her away from the Phoenix Island. Hey Race, what we're gonna do? We're going through the back door and chase her without making it obvious. And if she falls to death before leaving the island, that's good, but if she doesn't, we have to kill her the moment she leaves the island. But Maria, do we have to chase her? We should first escape the island before Julius hears what happened here. One of the youngsters questioned the girl. It's too late. If we had killed her inside this room as I planned, no big trouble. However, now the people outside will start to question. And these people inside the store will start talking. Mortal or not, Julius has to punish us for breaking the rules. Besides, I have a bad feeling about the friend she mentioned. She was partially right. If this happened inside the four walls and only a few people witnessed a group of cultivators killing a mortal girl, Julius might have let the killers go with a small fine after making them bribe the witnesses to protect his reputation. Especially, he wouldn't have gone to the lengths to severely punish them for a mortal. However, right at this moment, many people had seen an injured girl and a Pegasus. They would start to question, and the best thing Maria and her group could do was kill Gaia outside the Phoenix Island, and turn the story as she broke the no-fight rule first and tried to attack them first. Chapter 89 Gaia. Michael picked up the arrow and looked up at the sky to see a familiar Pegasus clumsily flying away from the Phoenix Island. 500 badass points for learning how to fly an object. 1,000 badass points for integrating the skill with lightning dash. Do it! Michael wasted no time thinking about the badass points as he ordered the system. Lightning dash. He turned himself into a lightning bolt and dashed towards the stall where everyone was renting flying swords. Hey! When Michael reached the stall, he didn't even stop as he threw a pouch of coins and jumped on a flying sword. The next moment, everyone saw him turning himself into a lightning bolt and launching himself into the sky. Alicia, let's go see what's happening. Noah was curious to see like everyone else and followed the black-robed youngster behind. Wow, they never expected the black-robed youngster could fly that fast as they only saw a flash of lightning, and then he disappeared from their view. Who is he? Even Alicia could barely track his speed, and wondered about the origin of the youngster. In the sky, Michael saw a group of pink-robed youngsters circling around Gaia, and one guy was lifting Gaia by her neck. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Marky. Maria screamed out loud in shock a few seconds after her friend's body exploded into a red mist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 300 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 200 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 400 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 100 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 50 badass points. Michael was not in the mood to lay back and enjoy the sudden outburst in badass points. His full focus was on Gaia, who was bleeding and barely holding herself together, without falling off the Pegasus. Whoosh. The next moment, Maria saw a flash of lightning and then, a black-robed youngster appeared before the mortal girl. Who? Ma. Here, drink this. Due to all the years of intense training and anger management, he was able to think clearly as he quickly retrieved a healing potion and gently poured it into her mouth. He noticed green veins spreading all over her body and realized she was poisoned. What is happening here? Who is this girl? I don't know, but I guess it has something to do with these pink-uniformed youngsters. 80% pure healing potion. While Michael was treating Gaia, many people surrounded them and started to gossip. Among this crowd, Noah noticed the potion and slightly raised his brows because as an alchemist himself, he quickly realized the potion's purity. Humanware. Shoo. Just drink another 1 inch, he shushed her, and poured another bottle of healing potion into her mouth. Nay! Just as she was drinking the healing potion, the pure Pegasus lost its consciousness and started to fall down. The flying sword Michael grabbed from the stall was fortunately big enough for 2 people, so he quickly saved Gaia from falling down by grabbing her by the waist. Maria, and every pink-robed youngster heaved a sigh of relief seeing they were away from the airspace of Phoenix Island as well as Michael's cultivation level. Because Mariah's personal bodyguard was a body-straightening stage level 4 cultivator, and the rest of her group was body-refining stage level 8 cultivators, she was confident enough to kill this black-robed youngster. After all, he killed one of her minions named Marky. Who did this? Michael asked without showing any emotions in his voice. He knew the healing potions could momentarily stop the poison from spreading further. Although Michael knew very well about Gaia's attitude and toxic mouth, He also knew she was not dumb enough to start a fight without him by her side. As far as he was concerned, even if she did something wrong, none had the right to kill her because for 2 reasons. 1, he invested hundreds of badass points on her, and 2, she was his subordinate as well as his friend. Unless Gaia went mad and massacred a large number of innocents crossing his line, he wouldn't let anyone hurt her, let alone kill her. All of them, considering she barely had arch energy in her body and never came this close to death, her body kept shivering because of the shock. Even with all those years of training to control his anger and emotions, when he saw the blood on her and the tears-welled eyes, he started to get really angry. The reason was, back on Earth he never had a friend or anyone close to him. Because he never cared about anyone except him, he never felt an emotion like he's feeling now. This long flying journey and the interactions he had with her strengthened their friendship and helped him bond with Gaia. He was starting to think of her as a friend, and someone nearly took her away from him, and that made him furious. "This is gonna hurt," Michael said and pulled the broken piece of the arrow out of her chest. "Ah." He gave another healing potion, and turned back to look at all the pink-robed men with the bloodied broken arrow in his hand. "Miss Maria, stand behind me." The body-strengthening stage cultivator behind Maria moved in front of Maria while all the pink-robed youngsters prepared for the fight. "Kid, stay your hand," the man warned Michael when he saw the cold killing intent in his eyes. "Diddle." Diddle, however, Michael moved towards him while silently muttering these words. "Death ray." The man didn't waste a second as he raised his hands and sent a golden scorching hot energy beam towards Michael. "What? How is this possible?" "Holy!" Many people looking at the scene thought the beam was going to turn Michael into ashes, but the beam didn't even scratch him as a light blue energy shield appeared before the beam could touch him. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 2,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 3,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 200 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 400 badass points. The system continuously ran inside his head. When Noah and Alicia saw the beam completely disappear after clashing with the light blue shield that appeared and vanished in a flash, they were amazed. "Miss Maria, go BA. We are so little." Pulch. Before even the man could finish his warning and attack again, Michael suddenly dashed at him and began to stab him with the broken arrow. The blood of her bodyguards kept spattering on her face, and in a few seconds, her pink top turned red because of the blood. Many weak-hearted cultivators slightly turned away their gaze from Michael. Although Michael felt furious inside, he didn't show his emotions on the face. Congratulations to the host for killing a body-strengthening stage level 4 cultivator. The reward is 18,000 experience points and 1,000 badass points. Kill him. Run. Among the remaining pink-robed youngsters, one could hear 2 shouts. A few of them, including Solomon, wanted to fight Michael while the rest of them wanted to flee the area rather than fighting Michael. Whoosh. However, Michael quickly targeted the 3 who were preparing to flee and dashed at them. Ignitia zzzzzzhhhhhh. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 800 badass points. With one hand, Michael sent a powerful bolt of lighting towards a youngster. The lightning bolt pierced straight through the heart of its target, leaving a large hole in his body. He had a quick death, but his 2 friends were not so lucky as him. Pulch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 900 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 200 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 400 badass points. Michael disregarded the notifications as he was busy stabbing the 2 youngsters to death. The blood and pieces of organs continued to splatter out of their body, But he didn't stop stabbing them. The people were terrified looking at his ruthlessness. Thursday. After a few seconds, Michael spat some of the blood that splattered on his mouth, and turned his murderous look at Solomon, and the two men and the girl behind him who couldn't help but shiver in fear, including some of the senior experienced cultivators. Many were stunned and terrified as they watched everything without uttering a word. He's too ruthless. He killed a body-strengthening stage cultivator just like that. Where did he come from and who the heck is he? Those guys are so screwed. They are outside the airspace of the Phoenix Island, so the no-killing rules won't apply here. The people began to chatter. Don't. Come near us, Solomon stuttered. His face pale and his hands were shaking in fear. He's the one who killed our ride, Ghost. Boom. The moment the people heard Gaia call him Ghost, the system notifications started to repeatedly ring inside his head again. He's Ghost. The 5-star alchemist of River Town. Holy shit. The Ghost who won Heaven's Gate competition and stepped on the 100th step? Noah and Alicia had a look of realization when they heard the astounding conversations around them. Noah heard nothing about Heaven's Gate competition, but he did hear about the 5-star alchemist who could concoct pills and brew potions with 80% purity, only second to the alchemy king Gabriel himself. For the first time in their life, both Noah and Alicia felt threatened by someone, Michael. Chapter 90. The pink uniformed disciples looked at Michael with some hesitation as Solomon stuttered in fear. You have no idea what you've done. If you come dash, his words stopped coming out of his mouth as he saw Michael moving towards him. Overwhelming fear paralyzed the other two disciples behind him and the girl, and stood there shivering. Michael said nothing. He just stopped moving for a second before his body shook slightly before appearing instantly right in front of Solomon. With the broken arrowhead right between his fingers, he made a fist and slammed it into the face of Solomon with no fancy movements. Ah! Solomon cried out in agony as he tried to cover his face in instinct. However, Michael grabbed him by the neck and punched him again and again and again and again. Aha! Zzzzzzhhhhhh. Zzzzzzhhhhhh. Looking at the ravaged face of their friend, Solomon, the disciples screamed out aloud as their scream reverberated the crystal ocean. But two bolts of lightning through their heads cut their cries short. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 900 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 900 badass points. Immediately after ignoring the continued rings inside his head, his body disappeared and reappeared right in front of Maria. Kill her. Ghost. From behind, Michael heard Gaia's weak voice. Michael still didn't know what happened back there, but he had a gut feeling that everything started because of this girl before him. Don't kill. Her words barely escaped her mouth as Michael's hold around her neck tightened. Although he slaughtered the male disciples, when he grabbed the girl and raised his hand, the crowd looked flabbergasted. Stay your hand. At this critical moment, a loud shout echoed out from the inner area of Phoenix Island. The shout was so loud that it sounded like a thundering roar. It swept across Phoenix Island and stirred the ocean waves. After that, everyone saw a man with a powerful aura and grandeur rushing over with great speed. In just the blink of an eye, he appeared a few meters away from Michael. This adult man was in his 40s. Behind him stood the girl who collected the entry fee before, and a group of soldiers in armor. However, his armor was much shinier and mightier than that of those soldiers behind him. The entire armor was covered with countless symbols, giving it a touch of mysteriousness. His angular face carried a domineering expression, causing him to look mighty and vigorous. His aura was actually surpassing Porter and matched the aura of Victor. That's Lord Julius. Never thought he would come here. Lord Julius. What an incredible cultivation power. Core strengthening stage level 5-inch. Since Lord Julius is here, that young girl might be safe now. Lord Julius' arrival had attracted many eyes. He was one of the most influential men in the Elon continent, and the greatest man of this auction fair. No one dared disrespect him even a bit. For those who had come here from afar, they felt their effort had just paid for itself just by getting to someone great with their own eyes. Michael also turned his gaze away from the girl, and threw his glance at Lord Julius. The man had bulging muscles, a tall body, and long brown hair. Michael was slightly shocked because even though Julius looked mostly human, he could sense an animalistic aura, and see furry sideburns as well as a hairy neck. In Michael's mind, he slightly resembled the Beast in X-Men movies, except this man had fair skin instead of blue. Julius looked down and saw the blood on the ocean's surface. His face turned cold and unfriendly. What's happening here? System, if he tried to attack us, activate the teleportation scroll and get us to safety. He opened the system to give it an order and momentarily slow the time to plan his next moves. Yes, Lord Julius stared at Michael with an unfriendly expression. He had held the auction fair for a long time, and the rules set by him were final. No one ever dared break them. Breaking the rules set by him was equal to disturbing the peaceful order of the trade fair. And it also meant that the person didn't take his word seriously. The killings may have happened outside the airspace of the Phoenix Island, but once they paid the entry fee, they would become a guest of the Phoenix Manor, and he wouldn't let his guests kill each other because it was bad for business. What's your name? Ghost. Michael replied, and he had no fear on his face. Why did you kill them? Julius asked and expected Michael to let go of the girl, but unlike his expectation, Michael didn't let go of Maria. They tried to kill my friend, he coldly answered. If he wasn't a core strengthening stage cultivator, Michael would have killed him by now because they broke the no fighting on Phoenix Island rules, and almost killed Gaia, yet Julius had done nothing to prevent that. After Julius' sudden appearance, the people saw more core strengthening cultivators who entered the island previously also making their appearance. Noah and Alicia greeted Zanali and Peyton with a nod and stared at the scene in silence, but Noah noticed the sudden change of expression on both Zanali and Peyton's faces when they saw Ghost. Noah could tell they knew him by looking at their face. On the other side, Paul and Victor also appeared out of nowhere but remained silent and let Julius deal with Michael. Lord Julius was a ruthless demi-human, and he wouldn't just stick to one style when dealing with people. Many expected him to kill Ghost on the spot, because of the way he looked and answered Julius. Despite standing in front of a core strengthening stage cultivator, there was no anxiety or fear could be seen on his face, but instead, he still seemed cold. Don't you know the rules of Phoenix Island? No killing. Julius' voice sounded loud and cold. Michael felt immense pressure building up around him. Energy Devourer activated. Experience points converted 10,000. Experience points converted 15,000. Experience points converted 18,000. Suddenly Michael heard the system's voice in his mind and realized Julius was trying to suppress him by using his cultivation pressure on him. Julius' cultivation pressure was solely focused on Michael, and because of that and the way Julius controlled his arch energy, anyone under the core strengthening stage didn't notice or feel the pressure. When Julius saw him withstand his pressure, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Victor scanned Michael from head to toe while Paul stared at the mortal girl behind him, and had a sense of familiarity. They tried to kill my friend on the Phoenix Island. Why didn't no one stop them? The pressure disappeared after he questioned Julius. The question made Julius turn and look at the girl beside him who looked anxious and nervous. Soon after turning his gaze away from the girl, Julius coldly said, "It's me and my men who decide the punishment for such crimes, not you. Let go of the girl or what? You'll become an enemy of the Phoenix Manor." Lord Julius coldly harumphed and became hostile. His words sounded so loud as they almost gave many weak-hearted cultivators a heart attack. Go. SD Gaia tucked his sleeve and tried to let go of Maria. She wanted to kill Maria more than Michael, but she knew it's impossible to kill Maria now since Julius has ordered Ghost to let go of her. Besides, she had more pressing concerns than killing Maria. If you ask politely, we might consider helping you, Ghost. Peyton moved forwards a little and snickered. Michael slowly turned his sharp gaze at Peyton. I don't need the Guardians to save me. The crowd was again taken aback by the tone of his voice. He sounded colder and hostile. Before Peyton could say anything, he turned to look back at Julius. For a few seconds, one could hear nothing except for the waves as they stared at Michael for his answer. And then after a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth. And I don't give a fuck about Phoenix Manor. She hurt my friend, so she will die. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 5,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 4,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 2,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 1,000 badass points. Michael's words brought a storm to the crowds as Julia's face turned dark in anger. Oh heavens! This ghost is really a daring guy. He's dead, he is deity. He not only offended a guardian, he even disrespected Lord Julius in front of all these people. You little bastard! Do you think you can come to my island and disrespect me and leave this place alive? Julius' killing intent skyrocketed as many people moved a few meters away from Julius terrified. Brat, are you really going to get yourself killed for a mortal girl? Paul moved forward and asked before Julius could strike him down. Old man, she's my friend and that's all it matters to me. Paul helpless shook his head and said, well, nice seeing ya, brat. Paul moved back to where he was before while Victor glanced at Michael with a small grin on his face. Prepare to die. After these words left Julius' mouth, a gigantic bear claw appeared from Julius' hands and stunned everyone in the scene. What if he could leave this crystal ocean alive, Julius? Just as everyone was staring at the gigantic bear claw made of arch energy of a core-strengthening cultivator, they heard a voice. Then in a flash, Victor appeared beside Julius. Humph, if he can move 10 meters away from where he's standing now, I will let him and that girl live. Michael didn't need any help from Victor, however. He knew Victor was trying to make an ally. Kid, do you think you can kill that girl and escape a core-strengthening cultivator's wrath? Watch me. Chapter 91. You gonna be alright? In a thick forest far away from the Phoenix Island, a girl was resting under a large tree while a young man was tending to the girl. This girl and boy was none other than Gaia and Michael. After Victor intervened between Michael and Julius, Michael killed Maria by breaking her neck and used the teleportation scroll and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. The teleportation wasn't anything fancy, but the moment the system activated the scroll, he and Gaia vanished into thin air. He got a crazy amount of badass points and he wished he could see the looks on their faces. Also before their disappearance, Michael paid the system a 100 badass points to leave a note inside Victor's coat. No. Not cough. Cough. Gaia's face was full of green veins as she coughed out more blood. The blood emitted a pungent smell and had a tinge of green shade to it. Keep drinking the healing potion. He poured another bottle of healing potion while scanning his surroundings. Fuck, I never thought I would be poisoned by my own poison. After drinking the healing potion, she was able to speak more clearly without vomiting blood. You coated the arrows with your own poison, huh? This poison, where did you get it? Michael was very interested in getting more of this poison because from the first day he brewed fear toxin, he was trying to make an antidote as he didn't want to be accidentally affected by the fear toxin. To successfully finish the fear toxin antidote, he missed one vital ingredient. The ingredient needed to be extremely potent poison, high acidity level, thicker than the blood. With his knowledge in alchemy, he could find a few poisons matching these requirements except one. The ingredient had to be non-flammable even at an extremely high temperature. And now he finally found it. I always keep a bottle of my poison in my space ring. Here, take it. She removed the space ring and handed it over to Michael as tears started to roll out of her eyes. Human, I can't believe that I'm going to say this, but the past 30 days were the happiest days of my life. Michael gently smiled as she continued. I only wish you bastard had cured me, but it doesn't matter now. Human, she reached her hand out and grabbed Michael's hand. Tell me the truth. Do you really consider me as your friend? She squeezed his hand and weakly smiled. I wouldn't have offended Julius and his entire Phoenix Manor if you weren't my friend. Her loyalty had already passed the 70% and reached the 76%, therefore, he really did consider her his friend now. However, he still had one more trick up his sleeve to massively increase her loyalty. Bury me, cough, in Nagaland, cough. Cough. Beside my cough, mother human, the healing potion lost its effect and the poison in her body started to get worse. You're not going to die. Michael wiped her tears and opened the system. How long does it take me to heal her? Host. The subordinate has been poisoned by a very potent poison. Simply healing her meridians will not save her. You have to restore her cultivation level for her body to take control over the poison. I hope this is the last thing I do to manipulate her. Michael heaved a long sigh and took the blood-red pill he concocted before leaving the sect. Host, are you really going to take this pill? System, what is too easy to get is also too easy to forget, he said and put the pill into his mouth. System, heal her meridians and restore her cultivation level, he said before swallowing the pill and exiting the system's interface. Gaia, I'm going to cure you using an ancient technique. Hold my hand tight and never let go. She was bewildered by his words, and before she could ask any question, he gritted his teeth like he was in extreme pain. HHHHGRR, the pill he took started to show its effects. It was a pain inducer that would activate all his pain receptors and make him feel an extreme amount of pain for a short amount of time. He knew what he had done may be dumb or stupid, but he wanted to make sure Gaia's loyalty get as high as it could. In the future, he has to trust her completely, and to get to that certain trust level, he decided to go through this trail of pain in front of her. According to his plan, by seeing how much pain he's in, she would feel grateful and become more loyal to him. Just like he said to the system, if he had healed her easily, she may or may not have forgotten it quickly and felt less grateful towards him. He could have faked the pain, but he knew she can tell the difference as he was not an Oscar-winning actor. Human Gaia suddenly sensed a hot wave passing through her body and felt her meridians being healed quickly. Argah. Michael growled and fought against the pain. Each and every pain receptor in his body got activated by the pill. He was experiencing a pain 100 times more than being shot by a revolver. I'm healed. A few seconds after, she sensed her fully healed meridians and almost shouted in delight. Congratulations to the host. Subordinate Gaia has reached 85% loyalty. Human, what is happening to you? She couldn't feel happy seeing the blood coming out of his nostrils and ears. She leaned forward and clenched his hands. Soon after a few moments, his hands started to twitch as Gaia reached the body-strengthening stage. Yet she was not in the mood to celebrate or wonder how. She was extremely worried looking at the amount of blood coming out of his nostrils and ears, and wanted to stop his suffering. Congratulations to the host. Subordinate Gaia has reached 90% loyalty. Human, tell me what is happening to you. Please stop this, I'm healed. She screamed and couldn't stop her tears from rolling out of her eyes. Ghost. There was something in that shout of hers, a pain behind it. She watched Michael's eyes. She felt desperate, angry, and helpless seeing him go through this agony just to save her. Congratulations to the host. Subordinate Gaia has reached 95% loyalty. Congratulations to the host. Subordinate Gaia has been completely healed and reached the core formation stage level 7. 10 minutes after, the pain he was feeling disappeared, but he was exhausted. His body betrayed him as he fell backward, but instead of hitting the ground, Gaia's ample bosom cushioned his downfall. His face twitched when her tears landed on his face, as he let out a gentle but weak smile. I told you not going to die. You bastard. Don't you dare die on me, Gaia cried and laughed at the same time. Right after that, the healing potion appeared in Michael's hand, and she immediately grabbed the potion and poured it into his mouth. While the healing potion was tending to his aching organs and muscles, he opened up the system and checked his status. System version 2.0 host. Michael cultivation level. Body refining stage level 10 experience points. 180000/200000 badass points. 78,000 skills and spells. Wind Blast LVL2 responsive shield. LVL3 environment scanning. LVL2 ignitia. LVL1 lightning dash. LVL1 energy devour. LVL1 death range. LVL1 techniques. Swords of Destiny. 78% mastery occupation. Core disciple of Sunrise Sect, the guardian of Sunrise Sect status. Healthy goals. Control the world utility function. Banker. LVL2 ratio. 1,000 gold coins. 5. Badass points. Wealth. 685,000 gold special trait. 5-star alchemist subordinates. Gaia loyalty level 95%. Base of operation. Sunrise sec the number of experience points and the badass points eased his pain. The trip to the Phoenix Island is absolutely worth it. He exited the system with an elevated mood, disregarding the fact that he just made an enemy out of Julius and probably the pink-robed disciples' families or sect. After exiting the system, Gaia's smiling face welcomed him. She removed the mask and stood before him with her real face. She was extremely beautiful even when she was just a mortal, but now, she reached another level in terms of beauty and elegance. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Both of them asked the same question at the same time. Let me. It happened again as the both of them chuckled a bit and waited a few seconds to let the other speak. However, instead of speaking, Gaia walked forward and hugged him tightly. Oh, never expected this. Michael smiled and embraced her back. Unlike before, now she was stronger and powerful than him, and he could feel it by the strength of her hug. He knew that if she desired, she could easily crush him just with her physical strength. What the fuck did you expect? This is what best friends do. Michael had never been hugged before like this. There was something so warm, something that felt right, smelt right. On the other hand, Gaia felt her body press in, soft and warm. This was something she'd waited for, prayed for. She inwardly thanked her mother and hugged all the tighter. A friendship like this was to be cherished for life. Finally, both of them felt like they were home. Chapter 92. You can let go of me now. Michael patted her on the back and said, right. Finally, after embracing him for a long couple of minutes, she stepped back with a wide grin on her face. Considering she was healed and reached her peak cultivation level, there were no worries in her heart, and that joy brightened her face. Moreover, she finally found a true friend who risked his life to save her twice. Can we go and slaughter that Maria bitch's family now? Because of that bitch, we had to leave the Phoenix Island without attending the auction. She seemed so fearless and dominant. It made her hotter than before. Geez, cool down. Yes, you're healed, but it doesn't mean you can go running around the kingdom killing people. Instead of using the flying sword, Michael felt like taking a walk through the forest as Gaia walked beside him. You're right, that Sonali bitch has wider reach now since she joined the Guardians. She gritted her teeth and said, what happened back on the island after I left you anyways? Sigh. With a long heave of sigh, Gaia began to narrate the events that happened with Maria and her group. He silently listened to her without asking a question. While hearing her story, he was mad at Julius and his incompetence in enforcing the rules than Maria and her friends. Julius prevented not only Maria and her friends from attacking Gaia, but he also tried to stop him from killing Maria, who was the main reason for what happened to Gaia. Just a few moments before Michael started to kill Maria's group, Julius was working on a new deal with a group of people from the Azer continent, and failed to seal the deal. Julius was already frustrated by this, and how Michael acted in front of him made him even more furious. He tried to take that frustration on Michael, but he ultimately failed to do so. The fact we left Phoenix with empty hands is making me furious, Thop. She vented her anger on the old log on the ground by kicking it. The log of wood instantly broke into pieces and surprised Michael with her strength. Soon, a grin appeared on his face as he stopped walking. What's so funny? Seeing the grin on his face, she asked and saw an old book appear in his hand. Who said we left Phoenix with empty hands? She curiously grabbed the book and opened it to see worn-out yellow pages. The words made little sense as they were written in an ancient language. She continued to rummage through the book, but she couldn't find anything interesting about the book. Please tell me you didn't spend a fortune on this. She shut the book frustrated and stared at Michael. No, I did not. Just 5,000 coins. What? Why? Although 5,000 coins weren't much, there was no way this old book in her hand worth that price. System, show me its secrets. Michael had zero worries about the book, because he knew the book is worth more than mere 5,000 gold coins. 1,000 badass points to reveal the book's secret. Again? I already paid you 4,000 badass points. The system didn't even sound like asking, but instead it sounded more like demanding. When it comes to the system's tricks like this, he felt so helpless. The host can of course try to scour this world for clues while avoiding the deadly traps, decode the book, and find its secret, or you can pay 1,000 badass points to know the secret now. This is better be worth it. Is that a yes? Yes. He gritted his teeth and said yes to the haughty system. Loading. The system entered into the loading screen as he patiently waited for the system to finish decoding the book. Surprisingly, it only took 15 seconds for the system to work its magic on the book. Bleed on the book to reveal its secrets. He sighed and exited the system. Why did you pay 5,000 gold coins for this book? Didn't I tell you that place is filled with swindlers? She yelled at him like his mother as he grabbed the book from her hand with a smirk. Then a small crack of lightning appeared from the tip of his finger and cut his palm. What are you doing? He didn't answer her but let his blood flow onto the book. Suddenly the book let out an unearthly humming and began to vibrate while making their surroundings darker and darker. Ha! Michael's eyes opened wide when he saw a familiar symbol appear on the book's cover, L. Soon, a puff of smoke emerged from the book and transformed into a key and an old piece of paper. What is it? Gaia grabbed the piece of paper while Michael grabbed the key and put the book back into the system's storage. She then opened the piece of paper and stared at it. Human, it's a map of the dark forest. Her face became clouded when she mentioned the dark forest. He could see the gloominess in her eyes, and the words dark forest alone irked him differently as he couldn't describe the feeling. Is it pointing towards somewhere? Yes, to the middle of the dark forest. He took the paper from her hand and saw the symbol of L marked on the middle of the dark forest. The mark of L piqued his curiosity, because it seemed like the exact L he left after killing the wanted criminals as Lucifer. He couldn't believe this as a coincidence and wanted to go to the place on the map. Let's go there now, human, no. Gaia quickly grabbed his hand and stopped him. Her tone was filled with unwillingness and terror. Why? Are you afraid of the dark forest? Who doesn't? Even the most powerful cultivators avoid that evil place. As usual, Abraz was taught nothing about the dark forest, and Michael had to depend on Gaia to know more about the dark forest. And why is that? Normally she would make fun of him for having a lack of knowledge and self-praise her before answering him, but now, she looked like she is not in the mood for jokes. Because that forest is evil and haunted as hell. Only a few entered the dark forest and they never came out of the forest alive except 1 inch. What happened to him? He lost his mind and killed himself a few days after. That's what happened. Interesting, let's talk more on the way, Michael said and took out the flying sword. The fuck? Didn't you hear what I just said? She tried to stop him but he already jumped on the flying sword ready to fly towards the dark forest. If you are so afraid then you can go to the sect and wait for me, he said, but he knew she would come with him despite her fear of the dark forest. Normally he would have also felt reluctant to enter this place after hearing Gaia's warning, but the symbol L piqued his curiosity, and the abundance of badass points gave him the courage to do so. She breathed heavily and looked hesitant to jump on the flying sword. Yet, after a few moments, she gritted her teeth and decided to venture into the dark forest with him. I'll definitely haunt your ass forever if I die there. You can't haunt the ghost, ha ha ha, he chuckled and took off with Gaia. Luckily the system marked the location of the L in his environmental scanning map and therefore, he didn't need Gaia to show the way. Hey, where did you learn to fly like this? She had to hug him from behind not to fall down because of his flying speed. They flew like a bolt of lightning. From Sadie, Gaia pinched him when she heard his answer, making him laugh out aloud. If I see you banging that slut again, I will burn her alive. Why? Are you jealous? Because I don't like her, you jerk. Do you know a way to hide your cultivation level? At least until you reach the core strengthening stage. Obviously, it would raise questions if a mortal girl turns into a core formation stage cultivator in a single day, and Michael didn't want to attract the attention of the Guardians or Zanali. I know a spell that would mask my current cultivation level and make me look like a body refining stage cultivator. How reliable is this spell? Can Zanali or anyone find out your real cultivation level? Don't worry, it's an epic class spell. Only cultivators above the soul refining stage can see through the spell. Great, I will tell the people that I gave you a 10,000 years old black lotus to revitalize your meridians and increased your cultivation level. Makes sense, as an alchemist he knew the medicinal qualities of all the herbs in this world, and black lotus was a rare flower that's used to revitalize the meridians. It would transform a mediocre cultivator into a genius. By the way, human, how did you heal me? I transferred some of my soul energy into your meridians and nearly died. Oh? She embraced him more tightly, thinking about what he did for her. Thank you, human. Chapter 93. There it is, the dark forest. After a few hours of flying away, the dark forest appeared in their eyes. Gaia stuttered in fear, and Michael didn't blame her because the sight freaked him out too. He halted flying and floated there without moving any further. When Gaia said dark forest, he didn't expect the forest to be literally dark. Back on Earth, the tallest tree was 115 meters tall, and in the dark forest, each tree seemed 100 to 150 meters tall. Each tree looked gigantic, and the mist around the dark forest gave out a dreary atmosphere. Above the dark forest, the stormy clouds and cracks of lightning added another layer of terror to the forest. There was nothing beautiful about this forest but terror. Human, do we really have to enter that evil place? Can't we just go back and call it a day? He had never seen her terrified like this before, as she was shivering, stuttering, and sweating continuously. He was familiar with Gaia's symptoms. If you are so afraid, hold me tight, he said, and slowly flew forward as clasts of thunder reverberated the area. Warning! The firewall is failing. Ah! What? Suddenly he heard Gaia scream and the warning sound from the system in his mind and quickly stopped moving forward. He then turned back and saw her mouth stuttering like she was in an extremely cold place. I saw something. Saw what? What the? He too saw something flash across him and disappear. Warning! The firewall is failing. Recommend the host to leave the area as soon as possible. The system found high traces of fear toxin in the air. Shit. The moment he heard the word fear toxin, he turned back and bolted out of the white mist. Ooh. Man, you're just seeing things. Stay calm. In front of him, he saw witches and old women on brooms flying around him. This was one of his fears buried deep in his mind. When he was 6 years old, he broke into the orphanage library and read Hansel and Gretel at midnight. Ever since then, he was afraid of witches and freaky old women. His mentor locked him with 20 freakishly dressed up old women in a room for weeks to get him out of his fear. However, now, the fear toxin brought one of his deepest fears and made him see old witches on brooms everywhere. Hey Mickey, you want some candy? Hee. Come to Grandma. He then soon began to hear screeching voices. I'm hallucinating. Ah. Go away. From behind him, Gaia started to scream and fired arrows into the air. System. Want some candy? Even after he opened the system, he still continued to hear the voices, and saw the wrinkly old faces in front of him. Where is it? Got it. He was glad to see the failed fear toxin antidote, and immediately grabbed it to add the one last ingredient to finish the antidote. Hey, go away. Plop. Ah. He slapped Gaia on the back of her head to momentarily get her attention towards him. Give me your poison. Her eyes were opened wide. He could tell that she's hallucinating and probably seeing something else instead of his real face. Now, because of the firewall, he was able to remain mostly sane. Fortunately, his shout snapped out of her hallucination for a second, and it was enough for her to retrieve and give him a tiny vial that contains her position. He didn't waste any time as he immediately poured the dark green poison into the antidote vial. The poison reacted with the rest of the antidote and let out a boiling sound. Just as she was about to completely lose her mind and aim her arrow at him, he poured the antidote into her mouth and forced her to swallow. Only then did he drink the antidote because he didn't want Gaia, a core formation level warrior, to go berserk on him in midair. Following the intake of the antidote, the old witches on brooms started to disappear from his sight one by one. Come out, you ugly fucking lizards, she screamed and continued to fire arrows at nothing but air. Stop. It's all right. Both of them stood on the flying swords for a couple of minutes before the effects of the fear toxin completely disappeared. Gaia slowly lowered her bow and started to see things clearly. What the fuck just happened? I told you, bastard, not to come here. Let's get the fuck out of here before it's too late. She urged him and grabbed his hand to fly away, but instead of flying away from the dark forest, he flew straight towards it. Hey, stop. Just shut up and come with me. Despite her strong protest, he didn't back off because after being affected by the fear toxin, his curiosity reached the next level. He didn't activate the lightning dash but flew slowly and cautiously, expecting more traps. We were poisoned and hallucinated, didn't we? Gaia asked and tightly grasped her bow. Yes, and we won't be poisoned again. I know all the poisons there is to know, but I have never seen such a dangerous poison. Good thing you had an antidote in hand, and speaking of which, did you ask for my poison? Her memories when she was affected by the fear toxin were still blurry, but she could vaguely remember him asking her poison. Your poison is the last ingredient I needed to finish the antidote. That means you were trying to create an antidote way before today, and you must have known about this poison, right? No one can create an antidote without having the full knowledge about the poison. How the hell did you know? Because I created it. The fear toxin, his grave voice stunned her for a moment. You created it? Are you from the freaking dark forest? Is that why you have no knowledge about the outside world? Are you really a human or a fucking spirit? Holy shit, that's why you call yourself Ghost. She fired questions like arrows while Michael slowly passed through the outskirts and entered the dark forest. She became silent when they entered the dark forest. There was no sunlight or any light passing through the monstrous blackish trees and the thick canopy. The day became night, a misty bluish night, as they slowly flew towards the L that was on the map. I can't believe him in the dark forest. She vigilantly looked around and whispered, Kosich. The sudden sound of a crow halted their flying, and when they looked up in the direction of the sound, they vaguely saw a gigantic crow with blood-red eyes through the mist. Shit, just a second after, there were hundreds of blood-red eyes staring at them through the mist and sending a chill through their spines. What shocked them most was all these gigantic crows were at the body refining stage, and Michael could even see a body refining stage level 9 crow among them. Even the crows are at the body refining stage, and this is just the border of the forest, she whispered, and didn't make any sudden movements to startle the crows. The crows slowly turned their heads and watched them while they were flying forward like sentries. The more they fly into the forest, the more dark and gloomy it got. The bone-chilling breeze, an ominous smell, gigantic webs of spiders, and occasional rattling sounds accompanied them through the forest. Hey, look down, Bones. Through the darkness, Michael looked down to see Bones lying around the ground. How far do we have to fly? She questioned. Not far, we are near. In the environmental map, he could see he's getting closer to the mark, but in front of him, there was nothing but giant trees. We are at the mark. He didn't land as the ground was filled with thick interwoven roots and which seemed like a net of thorns. But there's nothing here. She was having mixed emotions. On the one hand, she was glad that there's nothing here as she could get off this evil place, and on the other hand, she was disappointed as she expected something more dramatic to happen. The key. Michael remembered the key and retrieved it back from his system storage. A few moments after he took out the key vibrated and let out a humming sound, but soon, the key stopped vibrating and remained still in his hand. That was weird. Human, take out that book. It was also Michael's thought as he took out the book. Boom. The moment the book came out of his storage, a loud booming sound echoed through the forest and made all the crows in the distance fly away. Soon, they noticed the roots above the ground, and the mesh of thorns slowly moved away to reveal a black metal door with the mark L on it. I think that's the place. Gaia pointed out the door as the door let out a creaking sound and slowly opened. Both Michael and Gaia didn't utter a word, but they descended and flew down through the door. After flying down for a couple of minutes, they finally saw the ground and landed on the cold floor. Chapter 94. After stepping down from the flying sword, he shifted his attention to his surroundings and began to look around. Creak. Right after a few seconds, the door above them let out a creaking noise and closed itself. Fuck, now we are stuck, she cursed and menacingly looked at Michael like he was to blame for all this. Spit it out. Did you build this place too without telling me? What are you talking about? The fear toxin is my own creation. I don't know how it ended up here in such a large amount. The air was filled with fear toxin. Gaia deeply sighed and said, obviously you were only thinking that you created it first, but someone or something created it way before you. That seems to be the case, he said, and began to walk forward while thinking about the fear toxin in the air and the mark of L on the door. The fear toxin, the mark of L, and everything in this dark forest seemed like they were all connected to his other persona, Lucifer. Gaia conjured a ball of green fire to light their way. While walking into what seemed to be like an underground shelter, they noticed the surrounding walls around them have dense cracks on them, and several stone columns already collapsed. It was clear that this place has already corroded by time. From the looks of things around them, Gaia was pretty sure that there is no treasure around them. However, she sensed the high density of arch energy as it was at least several times stronger than the outside. This place is perfect for cultivation. I think, whatever this place is has some kind of mechanism to increase the density of the arch energy. Michael nodded blankly and kept walking. He was more concerned about how the dark forest has the fear toxin and the mark of Lucifer. He followed the path in front of him and walked for quite a while until he saw a spacious hall with a large circular table in the middle. "Welcome, Lord Lucifer." Suddenly a deep voice appeared. Both of them were shocked. They didn't expect there's actually someone inside, and Michael didn't sense anything. Moreover, the voice clearly said Lucifer. Lucifer? Gaia was confused and prepared for a battle as black smoke started to emerge from the table before them. Soon, the black smoke transformed into a middle-aged man. He floated above the table and then, he raised his hands and lit the torches around them. Michael tried to sense the cultivation level of the apparition before him, but he simply failed, and Gaia was not an exception. "Who are you?" "Lord Lucifer, I'm Damien Duke, the last member of the Order of Death. This is the recording I made in the year of Procavia, star position Squalus, 3,000 years ago." Gaia instantly recognized the year the recording was made. She was stunned, and so was Michael. "We lost the war with the Guardians. The Supreme Guardian and the Elder Guardians killed all of my brothers and sisters. They destroyed all of our hideouts, and this is the last one, but they won't find this one as I made sure of it," Damien Duke said, and Michael could see the anger and sadness in Damien's eyes. "If you're seeing this, it means the prophecy has begun. From the ashes of the Order, Lord Lucifer will rise, and with Lord Lucifer, the Order will once again rule the world." There was a fire in Damien's eyes when he spoke the words. "Lord Lucifer, the Abyss will serve you as your home. Forgive your subordinates' incompetence for leaving you nothing. The Supreme Guardian and the Elder Guardians destroyed all of our resources and secrets, except the book that led you here. It's not much, but with the help of the book, you can rebuild the Order to serve you in your path against the Guardians and your enemies." Michael looked at the old book in his hand, and then he noticed the hollow that was shaped like this book on the table. "If you're lucky, you can still find some of the ruins of the Order and pillage what's left of it. Also, Lord Lucifer, be careful. The Supreme Guardian and the Elder Guardians may even still be alive the time you watch this. I don't know whether they know about the prophecy or not, but if they do, I'm sure that they are still searching for you. I did my best to protect the Abyss, but the beasts and the hell gas won't stand a chance against the Elder Guardians." Suddenly the apparition blurred and Damien's voice was abruptly cut off. Soon after, Damien's figure completely disappeared from their sight, leaving with more questions than answers. Especially Michael. He was still in shock and surprise. What he created to kill his enemies and earn experience points turned out to be a prophecy. "System, do you have any connection with this Order? And how did they know about me 3,000 years ago?" System level is too low to answer the host's question. "Human, take a look at this." A few meters away from the hall, Gaia called out for him. While thinking about everything Damien said, he came to Gaia and received another shock. "Lucifer," he mumbled and looked at the painting hanging on the wall. It was the painting of his other persona, Lucifer. In the painting, he was wearing a more enhanced and different suit of black armor, but the red eyes, as well as the skull mask, clearly indicated that the figure on the painting was none other than Lucifer. "I have a weird feeling that you know this Lucifer, human. Besides, he said the dark forest is protected by hell gas and beasts, but we saw no beasts on the way. And coincidentally, you said that you created this fear toxin." Michael could tell she's already started to suspect him that he's Lucifer. "I'm Lucifer." Before Gaia could beat around the bush further, Michael revealed the truth to her. "I knew it." Creak. Following her shout, another creaking sound appeared, and made them quickly turn away their heads towards the round table. She showed away all her questions aside, and vigilantly followed Michael behind to the table. When they came to the table, everything was the same except, there was a throne in front of the round table. The throne resembled the Iron Throne except instead of swords, this throne was made of skulls and bones. The throne radiated an ominous aura that made her feel disturbed and slightly afraid. It was almost 5 meters in height and 2 meters in width. She silently stared at him, feeling the skulls and bones on the throne as his lips began to curl upwards. Then, with the grin on his face, Michael sat on the throne and felt something powerful run through his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Abyss is now the host's base of operations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the Lord of the Order of Death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a legendary class item, the Abyssal Throne. The host's skill death range has upgraded to level 2. The system sounded in his mind and widened his grin. He knew he can't change what happened in the past or what has happened to the Order or why did the Guardians destroy them. However, he can decide what's going to happen in the future as Lucifer and Ghost. So are you going to tell me what the hell is going on here? Gaia came before him and leaned on the table. System, equip the Lucifer attire. Shit. The next moment, Gaia jumped back in shock because she saw Michael transform into someone else or something else in a flash. Lucifer, she mumbled and stared at the red eyes. Although she was a core formation cultivator now, she couldn't help but feel afraid looking at him in front of her. "Ooh, human, I'm Lucifer," he said again, but this time, his voice was inhumane and terrifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 1,000 badass points. He slowly stood up from the throne as Gaia stepped backward. She could sense the antidote in her body fighting against the fear toxin evaporating from his body and preventing her from hallucinating as well as feeling terrified again. What I'm about to tell you must stay between us, because the suit made him somewhat look taller and bulkier. She had to slightly look up. Since she had reached 95% loyalty towards him, he had no problem trusting her. Therefore, he told her what happened to Vardan and the many criminals he killed in Sarton and Bradford. He obviously didn't tell anything about the system's involvement, as he said he found the suit of armor in a cave during one of his travels. After silently hearing everything he said, she let out a long sigh and looked directly into his red eyes. "What's our plan here, Lucifer?" "We are going to fulfill the prophecy." "You mean?" "Yes, we will rebuild the Order and conquer this world. I will kill anyone who stands in my way." Chapter 95. Inside the dark, gloomy walls of the Abyssal, Michael leaned back on his throne after revealing his goal to Gaia. This was not the first time she heard him saying he wants to conquer this world, and after seeing the miracles he performed, she really believed he could rule this world. "Give me the book," she asked for the book after taking a look at the book-shaped hollow on the table. Michael tossed the book and waited for something to happen as she placed the book on the hollow. Tap tap. Seeing nothing is happening, she lost her patience and dabbed the book a couple of times. "Great, this thing is not working. It seems we have to rebuild this order from the ground up with no help," said Gaia. "It's all right, we don't need any help from the people who were crushed by the Guardians. Give me your hand," as he said. He stood up from his throne and came to her. She obediently reached out her right arm. He then took his knife out and cut her palm as she slightly flinched. "Why did you do that?" Instead of answering her, he kept a hand above the table and let her bleed on the table for a couple of seconds. "From this day onwards, you're my second in command. I name you the Queen of the Abyssal." There was shock, delight, pride, and shyness hidden in her eyes when she heard his words. "I accept your offer. Human, besides, who else will put up with you except me?" She quickly regained her composure and said, with a pride grin on her face, she walked towards the throne to sit as a queen of this place. Ouk! However, when she was about to place her butt on the throne, she was kicked away by a sudden force that emanated from the throne. The force was so great that she lost her balance and came flailing towards Michael. "It seems you have bad luck with thrones," her hands wrapped around his chest as she could feel his hot breath. For a few moments, she lost herself looking into his red eye, and he lost himself looking into her radiant black eyes. He had never been in love or shared his life with anyone else before, but something about this girl attracted him towards her like a magnet. She was beautiful, brave, witty, moreover, she was loyal to him. Both of them remained still very closer to each other, letting their hearts rule their emotions rather than their brains. HHRRGGR, Michael cleared his throat and stepped back as she quickly tried to hide the red blush on her. Ill. Go and check the place out. This was the first time he had seen her blush, and before he could fully digest this rare sight, she ran away from the hall. Back inside the Black Skull, Michael also gently smiled and went back to his throne. Look what I found. After staying out of his sight for almost half an hour, she came back fiddling with 2 identical silver rings. Why are you still on that creepy chair? Never mind, see this, since she couldn't sit on the throne, it became just a creepy chair to her. She tossed one ring to him and kept the other. A space ring? Where did you find it? Not a space ring, human, an interlinked space ring. Anything you store in one ring can be accessed from the other. These space rings are extremely hard to forge, and these are not even marked, which means no one used them before. Considering she recovered her cultivation, it was time for him to give the resources she needs to cultivate as well as keep maintaining her lifestyle. Therefore he decided to put the gold coins in the space ring to share them with her. The interlinked space ring could only be accessed by no one except their owners, so he didn't need to worry about someone stealing it. Compared to gold coins, he valued badass points more, and no one in this entire world could steal them from the system. Also, both of them were not someone who would let someone steal the ring. Gaia, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. He claimed ownership of this ring by marking the ring with his arch energy, and then he transferred all the gold coins into the space ring. I like that, Gaia said and put the ring on her finger with a smile. So what did you find other than these rings? Follow me. Michael followed her through the dark halls, passing a couple of empty rooms, and after a few minutes of walking, he came before a door that had the L mark etched on it. I couldn't open this door. I guess only you can. Michael wondered how Damien was able to design this place to recognize him 3,000 years after. For now, he was glad that they were able to do this because this place is way safer than the Sunrise sect. Moreover, he could plan his moves freely without worrying about someone spying on him. Simply, this was his Batcave. Ketchak. The moment he touched the door, it shook violently and slowly opened. He could smell the ancient air coming through the cracks. The air had an extremely high concentration of fear toxin, and if they didn't take the antidote before, they would have ended up dead in a matter of seconds. Damien obviously assumed that the fear toxin won't hurt Lucifer, and technically, he was right, as Michael was able to finish the antidote. Thinking about the antidote, he couldn't help but feel thankful towards Gaia. If he hadn't saved her from the snake men in the forest, he couldn't have finished the antidote. Although it was highly unlikely he would have ended up dead, he would have certainly lost a huge amount of badass points to the system buying the missing ingredients. He stepped into the dark room, and when Gaia conjured the flame to brighten the room, he was disappointed as the room seemed nothing but empty. The room was not as large as the throne hall, but it was not small either. While looking around the empty room, he frowned when he noticed another small door at the end of the room. What's up there? Probably another empty room? Said Gaia and followed him behind to the door. Wow! His disappointment disappeared in a flash because he was startled by the sight after he opened the door. The sight was so stunning as his eyes and mouth opened wide. In front of him were a waterfall and a small lake. He looked up to see how there could be light coming, considering they were actually underground. Yet he could see the sky and the clouds. This is a pocket dimension. Since she was a core formation level cultivator, she could sense the runes around the place and be able to recognize its true nature. Is it safe to be here? What if the pocket dimension cut from the real world? This was the first question that appeared in his mind. He quickly stepped back. It's perfectly safe. Once a pocket dimension gets attached to a place, it stays there. Not even an immortal could destroy it. This is definitely a work of a 5-star rune master, and a talented one at that, he sighed in relief. Looking at the beautiful waterfall as well as the blood stink coming from his body, he wanted to undress and take a long relaxing dip on the small lake before him. In a flash, he entered the system's interface and unequipped all his armor except the black boxers he's wearing. Hey! Seeing him suddenly half naked, she screeched and turned around. You're fucking naked. Not completely, he laughed and dashed straight into the lake to relax. After all, he deserved a day off after all the killings and trouble he went through. How long are you gonna stand there and watch, you perverted snake? After a couple of minutes of swimming, he teased her to make her angry. "I'm a pervert," says the guy who undressed in front of a girl. She wanted to kick his ass for speaking so shamelessly, but she ultimately smiled and walked towards him. "There you go, hop in, the water is at perfect temperature. Don't mind me if I do, Cannonbolt." Unlike he was expecting, she didn't change her dress as she jumped straight into the water Cannonbolt style. "Don't you have a bathrobe or something?" When she emerged from the water, he asked. "I left all the clothes I picked at the Phoenix Island, and now I need to go shopping again. I hate that Maria bitch." Both of them soaked in the water and enjoyed the calmness of the place. After a few minutes, she saw a smile on his face. "What? Do you know what we need to make this place even more awesome?" "No, don't say it. A dragon, this is one of my calm before the storm chapters, and from that the action-packed ride will begin. Also, I'm getting so many questions and comments about the FL. Well, I will reveal the FL in the Chapter 96. In faraway land from Breedia, a group of 4 people was kneeling in front of a monument. Other than the tall silver monument, there was nothing in the room. The only light came through the hole directly above the monument and encircled the monument. Shhhhhhhh. All of a sudden, the monument vibrated and glowed as the entire room started to brighten up. Among the 4 people, 2 of them were male and the remaining 2 were women, and one of the women had a long pointy ear and glowing gold hair. They were all godlike existence in the world because they were at the fusion stage, only one stage behind reaching the half-immortal stage. However, despite their cultivation level, they were devotedly kneeling in front of the monument with their heads down. Soon a white smoke emerged from the monument and began to take the shape of a man, a white-haired old man. The 4 of them slowly looked up with eyes full of devotion and respect. "Elder Guardian," the 4 of them said in harmony as the old man let out a weak smile. Behind his weak smile, there was a concern, despair, and a hint of dread in his eyes. "Stand up, Guardians. You should only kneel before the Supreme One." His voice was soft, but at the same time, it sounded like an order. The 4 of them didn't disobey his order as they stood up to learn why they were summoned, because no one was summoned to this room in 1,000 years. "Guardians, I know what you're wondering." The old man looked at the 4 of them quietly for a few seconds and continued. "Before I tell you why I summoned you all here, tell me what you know about the Dark Age." Each of the 4 had a different expression on their faces when they heard the Elder Guardian. "And what do you know about the Dark Lord?" The moment they heard the name Dark Lord, the expressions on the Guardians' faces changed dramatically. No one spoke a word for a few moments as they all blankly stared at the Elder Guardian like they didn't understand the meaning of his question. Soon, the woman with the pointy ears answered with the deep frown on her face. "Elder Guardian, we all read the grimoire about the Dark Age and the Dark Lord, but..." The pointy ears woman's voice trailed without finishing her inner thoughts. The 4 of them clearly didn't believe the stories about the Dark Lord, but they were afraid of telling the Elder Guardian yet. The Elder Guardian could see it on their faces. "What you read about the Dark Age is real, very real." His voice was grave, and the 4 of them couldn't help but recollect everything they read about the Dark Lord in the grimoire. For a few moments, no one uttered any words, but one of the men behind the pointy ears woman slightly shivered in fear. Then the Dark Lord. After a long silence, the woman next to the pointy ears woman asked the Elder Guardian, as he took a long deep breath before answering them. The Guardian Guild Library was one of the most secure places in the entire world. The library was separated into 4 levels, but only a few knew that there's another level, a 5th level. Apart from the 4 guardians in this room, there were only 5 powerful people who had access to the 5th level in the library. Unlike the other levels, the 5th level had no spell scrolls or skill books, but it had just one book, the grimoire. No one in the current generation of the guardians knew who wrote the book, but it was mandatory to read the book after a guardian reaches the alpha level. The grimoire contained 2 chapters. One chapter about the Dark Age, and the last chapter was about the Dark Lord. Although the book barely had more than 3,000 words, every sentence in the book described an age of darkness and horror. For an instance, the book stated that in the Dark Age, people would be stripped away of their free will and enslaved to one master, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is here somewhere in the world, Guardians. Until now, the 4 of them thought the book was just something to keep the Guardians in the line by making them afraid, but now looking at the Elder Guardian's face, They realized the truth and felt a chill running through their spine. If what they had read is true, the Dark Lord's first enemy was the Guardian Guild, and they couldn't imagine a world full of slaves who were stripped away of their free will. Elder Guardian, where is he now? The four of them immediately asked in alarm, as they now knew the threat is very real. I cannot sense his location. Something or someone is preventing me from sensing his location. However, I can sense his powers grow by each day, and he's already gained a powerful ally to aid him in his war with us. Elder Guardian, how can we help you? Just say the word. The entire Hunter Guardians are at your disposal. The pointy ears woman put her hand on the chest and said, the Sorcerer Guardians are ready to serve justice. One of the men who stood behind the woman stepped forward and did the same as the pointy ears woman. The Warrior Guardians are waiting for your command, Elder Guardian. The Beast Guardians are at your disposal, Elder Guardian. There was only a weak smile that could be seen on the Elder Guardian's face, as he knew that no one in this world can stop the Dark Lord except one person, the Supreme Guardian. However, the Supreme Guardian had sacrificed himself a long time ago to keep the Dark Lord away from this world 3,000 years ago. The Supreme Guardian was not the only one who sacrificed himself for this cause, as all the Elder Guardians also made the same sacrifice except the one before the Alpha Guardians. Everyone in the Guardian Guild believed the Supreme Guardian, and the Elder Guardians were still alive considering they had all reached the immortal level a long time ago. Yet the truth was not what they believed till now. Elder Guardian, if what the grimoire is real, then Elder Guardians and the Supreme Guardian can stop the Dark Lord again, right? Hearing the Guardian leader of the Hunter Guardians, the pointy ears woman, the Elder Guardian decided that this is the time he tells them the truth before he too passes away, because he was nearing the end of his life. You are confusing the order of death with the Dark Lord, Alpha Guardian. 3,000 years ago, we stopped the order of death, a cult with the purpose of serving the Dark Lord in his way to world domination. It's time you know the secrets we kept from the Guardian Guild all these years. Until 3,000 years ago, the world was controlled by a dark cult. They called themselves the Order of Death. They had people everywhere, even in the Guardian Guild. The four of them were momentarily stunned by the words of the Elder Guardian, because the Guardian Guild was the hardest guild to get into, as they had numerous ways to test one's intention and purpose before making someone a guardian. Therefore, when they heard the Guardian Guild was infiltrated by the Order of Death 3,000 years ago, they realized the true power and the reach of this cult. It took us almost 100 years to find out all the members of the cult before waging war on them. We lost many Elder Guardians in the war, but eventually, because of the Supreme Guardian, we killed all the cultists and destroyed everything they had. However, after we dismantled the cult, we eventually discovered that the cult believed, in the future, someone with godly powers will appear and begin the Age of Darkness. The Supreme Guardian called that someone the Dark Lord. For many years after the war, the Supreme Guardian went such lengths to confirm the information about the Dark Lord. There was a small pause in the Elder Guardian's voice as his mind recalled that day the Supreme Guardian shared what he found. That was the day the Elder Guardians had seen the Supreme Guardian frightened for the first time in their life. Even when he fought the leader of the Order, Valeran, the Supreme Guardian wasn't afraid, but that day, they saw the fear of God in his eyes. The grimoire you read is not just a book, it's the last words of the Supreme Guardian himself. The words that came out of the Elder Guardian stunned the rest of them, because they didn't expect the grimoire was written by their leader, the Supreme Guardian. And what shocked them most was the last part of what he said. Elder Guardian. Yes, the Supreme Guardian is not with us, not for 3 last millennials. And am the last living Elder Guardian. The day got even worse as they received another blow to their heart by the Elder Guardian. They didn't even know how to react to this grave news. Without the Supreme Guardian, how are we going to face the Dark Lord, Elder Guardian? Please guide us, the pointy ears woman imminently dropped to her knees and pleaded, and soon, they all dropped to their knees because they didn't underestimate the upcoming threat. A threat that was not only to the Guardians but to the entire world. You cannot face the Dark Lord alone. There's only one person who could defeat the Dark Lord. Who is he, Elder Guardian? My hunters will scour this world to find him. The Alpha Guardian of the Hunter Guardians, the pointy ears woman said with the newfound hope in her voice. The ring left behind by the Supreme Guardian has already found its new master. I can sense he's still young and he's in the Elon continent. Find him. Find your new supreme guardian before the Dark Lord. The fate of the world is now resting on that youngster's shoulder. This was the Elder Guardian's last words before he vanished from their sight, and with this began the search for the new supreme guardian. At this moment, they had only heard very little about the Dark Lord and the Dark Age, because the Supreme Guardian didn't write everything he had seen in the future. What he wrote and mentioned about the Dark Lord was just the tip of the huge iceberg. 3,000 years ago. He knew if he had written everything he knew, the future generations would have lost all their hope and courage to fight the Dark Lord and his army. He and his elder guardians sacrificed themselves to the gods to cage the Dark Lord in a universe where there were billions of planets with no energy to cultivate. He hoped the Dark Lord would be born and die on a planet with no energy, but even the gods that helped him couldn't stop the Dark Lord from coming to his world. Many of you have already guessed our female lead, but I want to confirm the female lead myself. Our female lead is none other than Sadie. Just kidding. It's our beloved Snakey Gaya. Hail the Queen. Hope you all are happy with her being the FL, and if you're not, wait till you see the badass moments of Gaia in the future chapters. Chapter 97. At the moment, 3 figures were standing inside a temple atop a mountain. The lush green forests and the waterfalls made the scenery magnificent, while giving them a soothing feel. If my guess is not wrong, they are planning to ambush us at tomorrow's prayer ceremony. The one who said this was a young man in pure white robes. On the youngster's shoulder, a golden-furred monkey sat relaxedly and munching on juicy red fruit. He was none other than Noah, and behind him, Alicia was standing in silence. It seems Uncle Levi hasn't no idea. Should we tell him? The youngster beside Noah said. We cannot alert anyone because that will also alert the assassin. He may be an enemy of the Cooper family from a long time ago. The Cooper family is one of the prominent families in Kethin, and they built this temple here. So I think the Cooper family would have some kind of protection for such a grand ceremony. Noah shook his head and explained. Quit worrying, Abel. We will take care of everything. Just keep these juicy treats coming. The golden babaru on Noah's shoulder swallowed the last fruit, and said as it turned its gaze at Alicia with the wicked grin on his face. I don't have anything for you to eat, Alicia coldly said, but it didn't stop the golden babaru from jumping onto her shoulder. Ding, ding, ding. The ringing of a large bell resounded as soon as daybreak began. Warm sunlight shone on the big piece of land. The lights that struck some parts of the temple reflected off the building, as though a layer of the golden shield had covered it. The ringing of the large bell lasted longer than usual. It was because today was a special day, a day of the annual prayer ceremony. The second head priest of the temple, Levi, who was middle-aged and with red hair and a red goatee, came in person to invite Noah and his friends. The 3 of them followed him to the front of a big hall, and stood beside a group of monks, waiting for the Cooper family members to arrive. Soon, a harmonious cloud appeared in the sky. On top of the cloud, 7 to 8 people were standing. Each of them was wearing a luxurious robe. The person standing at the frontmost was a little girl, who was merely about 13 years old. She was wearing a silky red dress and her hair was tied into 2 pigtails. She looked extremely cute in her attire, and had a face of an angel. Despite her little figure, she radiated a noble aura. It wasn't only because of her cute-looking face, but her cultivation level. A girl as young as her had already reached the body refining stage level 5. She was a God-blessed child. Holy! This girl is a body refining stage level 5? Abel's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just seen. A body refining stage cultivator at the age of 12 or 13. There were only a few of them like her in this continent. She must have started cultivating while she was still in her mother's womb. This is Lord Cooper's daughter, Maisie Cooper. She is 13 years old this year, and has just reached body refining state level 5. She is recognized as the prodigy of the Kethin, Levi explained as his words were full of pride and joy. Having a dazzling young genius in the Cooper family was truly something to be proud of. In truth, a body refining stage cultivator who was as young as her, not only would be a genius in Kingdom Kethin, but also across the entire continent. The Cooper family is very fortunate to have such a genius, Noah said. Maisie Cooper and her family landed outside of the temple. It was a rule that they had to walk from outside of the temple to the temple. They were not allowed to do the opposite, which was landing on the internal part of the temple. The rule was set to show respect to the god of peace. Lord Cooper and his wife, who were both core formation warriors, had gone to seclusion. Today's prayer ceremony would be led by the Cooper family's genius, and the heir to the Copper family, Maisie Cooper. It was the family's honor to have her represent the Cooper family, and she would be the most eligible to lead the ceremony in front of the head priest. Maisie Cooper, along with 6 others, 3 of them were the same grade as her and 3 body strengthening stage level 3, and they all reached the top of the mountain after a few minutes of climbing the steps. Maisie Cooper bounced in the direction of Levi and hugged him the moment she saw him. "Uncle, I missed you so much." For a little girl, she possessed an inhuman strength. After wobbling her uncle for 2 rounds, Levi almost lost his balance. "Maisie, don't mess around, this is the temple." Levi gave Maisie Cooper a fond and affectionate look. Although he had become a priest, he couldn't help growing very fond of this descendant of the Cooper family. "Huh? Why are there so many outsiders here today?" Maisie Cooper glanced at Noah and the others in surprise. She didn't notice the monkey on Alicia's shoulder because the mountain and the temple were home to hundreds of monkeys. "These are guests. Maisie, go kneel and bow down in front of the head priest. I will introduce them to you later. I believe you will like them," Levi said. "All right." Maisie Cooper hid her smile and returned to her serious face. She took big steps towards the statue. She was only 12 years old, but she was a lot more thoughtful than the other kids who were the same age as her. Boom. When the little girl made her first step and was just about to make the second, a rumbling as if from thunder was heard outside, which shook the entire mountain. "They are here." Noah squinted. The planned assassination was for the Cooper family, or perhaps only for Maisie Cooper. Yesterday Noah couldn't figure out the real intention of the assassination, but after seeing Maisie Cooper today, it all made sense to him now. An exceptional talent like her should be eliminated to clear off any obstacles in the future. "Who is it?" The smile on Levi's face disappeared as his face turned serious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Levi's voice faded, silhouettes of different people flew out from multiple directions towards the temple. There were about 20 of them. Many of them were at the body strengthening stage, and the rest of them were all body refining stage level 10, except the leading man who was a core formation level stage 1 warrior. "Haha. It seems today will be the last time of Cooper family's annual Thanksgiving ceremony." A person laughed. He seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. He had a sturdy body behind his blue clothes. "Stefan, what is the meaning of all this?" An elder of the Cooper family gritted his teeth and said as hatred filled his face. "What is the meaning? You stupid old man, we are here to end your pathetic lives. The surrounding areas are all sealed, so don't even think about getting help from the Coopers outside," Stefan announced without trying to hide his true intentions and the killing intent in his eyes. There were 2 major powers in the city of Oxfell and Kethen, the Cooper family and the Lane family. As the saying goes, a forest cannot be ruled by 2 lions. These 2 families had been in a power struggle for so long, but the Lane family had never intended to raid the Temple of Peaceful Valley before. This was the reason that the Cooper family permitted Maisie Cooper to lead the prayer ceremony, and did not send powerful warriors as her protection. They hadn't expected that the Lane family would launch a surprise attack on the temple, as this place was always considered a neutral area. "Humph, you gathered all these men just to attack a little girl. Lane family really has no shame." Maisie Cooper, the little genius of the Cooper family. "You have grown fast, and I have to admit, your existence is a threat to the Lane family. Also, the Guardians are recruiting disciples. They have only 1 slot remaining, thus only 1 can join the Guardians Guild. If you're alive, they will definitely choose you and the Coopers will be untouchable, but if you're dead before joining the Guardians, the Lane family will have 1 less problem in the future." Stefan smiled maliciously. Apparently, the Lane family had been preparing for this very day to come. They were informed that Lord Cooper and Lady Cooper had left for seclusion, leaving Maisie to attend the Thanksgiving. Therefore they would be able to get rid of Maisie Cooper in the temple, while she was vulnerable to attack. Noah's eyes glittered when he heard of the recruitment to join the Guardians. He and Alicia were told not to reveal their identities as the Guardians trainees while they were in Kethen because Peyton already had enough mess to clean, and didn't want Noah to make more. Therefore, if Noah wanted to save the little girl from getting killed, he had to do it without using the guardians as his shield. Despicable. Levis' eyes were full of rage. You people of the Lane family are really despicable to come to the peaceful valley with such ill intentions. Fuck you and your god. After I'm done with this place, there will be nothing but ashes. Then while the Coopers were searching for their lovely daughter, we'll make our move and finish the Coopers, once and for all. Stefan was extremely cocky. Today, he wouldn't let anyone from the temple escape their deaths. Go. Kill everyone. Stefan shouted. The warriors of the Lane family unleashed their auras. One of the Lane family's body refining stage warriors broke the parts and decorations of the big hall, and stepped on the head of the statue of the god of peace. Haha, you all worship this useless god. This is ridiculous. He mocked and landed on the statue of a man, the god of peace. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly rushed out from Abel's body and shot out in all directions. Both of his eyes turned red and stared at one of the Lane family members who was stepping on his god's head. He had crossed Abel's line. It was totally unacceptable. Get down this instance. Abel's voice sounded like a clap of thunder, and his words carried a horrifying murderous aura. No one had expected that a calm and insignificant youngster would suddenly step out to fight. All the attention was shifted to him, including Maisie's, Stefan's, and especially the one who was stepping on the statue's head. Chapter 98. Those of the Lane family, who were placing their attention on their arch-rivals, the Cooper family, and also on Levi, never once had they thought that a young man would get mad. As far as they were concerned, the ones that were provoked the most should be the Cooper family and Levi. They had zero clues why a nobody like him would get so furious about it, and the fiery aura unleashed by him shocked them. He was also at the body refining stage as the rest of the youngsters beside the little girl. Huh? Who is this fool? It seems the Cooper girl brought some friends of her own, but too bad. All of you have to die today. Stefan smiled coldly. Abel didn't look at him. Now he was full of rage and glared at the bastard who stepped on his god's head. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't let this person live. Haha, kid, why are you so angry? Do you want to see me breaking this statue with my feet? The body-strengthening stage warrior ridiculed Abel's pointless anger. His leg began to step harder, creating a creaking sound as tiny cracks started to appear on the statue's surface. Noah and Alicia shook their heads helplessly. They felt pity for the body-refining stage. He was finished. No one on earth or heaven could save him anymore. Come and die. Abel roared. His whole body turned into light and raced to his target. An illusion of a golden chakra struck the man who was standing atop the statue. The speed and power of Abel's attack made the man's expression change dramatically as he didn't have time to react. The impact of the ferocious attack sent the man flinging from the statue. In the midair, Abel gripped the man by his neck and slammed onto the ground below the statue. Abel had become like a ferocious beast. You dare step on our god's statue? Die now. Abel exerted all of his strength, and moments later, a sound of cracking noise emerged. The scene became quite gory. They were seeing a body-strengthening stage level 8 warrior struggling and screaming in pain under Abel's hold. Before anyone from the Lane family could make a move to save him, his entire body was torn in half as blood was pouring out from his body. Hiss! Everyone gasped in horror, especially the men from the Cooper family. Their eyes widened in shock. Everyone had underestimated the youngsters because of their cultivation level, but in reality, for the next hour, Noah, Alicia, and Abel could easily kill anyone under body strengthening stage level 9. It was because of 3 reasons. First, the 3 of them were not normal cultivators. They were freaks of nature. Secondly, they had an epic class spell in their arsenal which boosted their power by multiple folds. The last reason was before they came to the temple, Noah and Alicia were chased by the hunters of Aragoth. And this made Noah concoct a rare pill that enhanced their power to battle anyone under body strengthening stage level 9. The pill's effect would only last for 2 hours, and after 2 hours, they would be weak as foundation stage level 10 cultivators for 3 hours. However, after killing the Lane family members, they would be perfectly safe until they recover their strength in the temple. Abel's power was beyond the Lane family members' expectations. He was just at the body refining stage level 6. The gap between him and the man he just killed was huge. The Cooper family members' mouths opened wide out of surprise. They didn't imagine a heaven-defying youngster like him had come to the temple. Judging by his means of killing, they instantly saw through that the Cooper family's genius, Maisie, was no match for him. Fuck. Kill him. Kill everyone. Stefan couldn't hold back his anger. The attack made by the youngster was too fast as he didn't even have a chance to save his underling. The Lane family had lost one valuable asset, a body-strengthening stage warrior. He was ordered to assassinate Maisie and everyone in the temple, but one of them was taken down before they could even attack their enemy. This fact made him very furious. Norvin, you know what to do. While everyone was momentarily stunned and focused on Abel, Noah handed over a dark red vial to the golden Babaru. The monkey let out an evil grin and sneaked toward Stefan without making any noise. Crushing the statue, you have committed a mortal sin. None of you can leave today. I will cleanse your sins by taking all your lives. The fact he was on a super drug and Noah behind gave Abel the courage to take on them with no hesitation. Abel's tone was cold and serious. A thick murderous aura was coming out from him. He was unquestionably furious. Despite the fact he was studying to become a priest in the God of Peace temple, he was a cold-blooded killer who killed people without blinking his eyes. Now he couldn't stomach the fact that his god's statue was being disrespected. I will get rid of you first, Stefan raged and thrust forward without noticing the tinge of dark red smoke under his feet. He was moving really fast, but a youngster in white clothes moved faster than Stefan and blocked his way like a ghost. If you want to kill my friend, you have to go through me first. The young lad in white clothes wasn't a stranger. He was Noah, 20 years old now, slowly turning into an adult and filled with heroic spirit. Fuck off. Stefan looked down on the young man that blocked him because the youngster in front of him was just a body-refining stage level 8 cultivator. He couldn't find a reason to regard him as a threat as he launched a simple palm attack summoning strong wind towards Noah. Noah confronted the attack simply by his fist. Both attacks met and created an impact and a loud explosion. Lines of cracks appeared on the spatial area. Noah stood rooted at his position and didn't move, while Stefan stepped 3 steps back to find his balance. What? Stefan exclaimed and stared at the white-clothed young man with his big eyes. It was like he had seen a ghost. Both families couldn't believe what they just saw. Who is this dude? He is only a level 8 body refining stage cultivator. But how did he force a core formation warrior to back a few steps by just using his fist? The members of the Cooper family were amazed. A young man with extraordinary power, who was more powerful, emerged in front of them before they could even come out of the shock Abel gave them. Wow. Maisie's little mouth opened. That time when she came in, she had seen Noah, Alicia, and Abel, but she didn't pay much attention to them, treating them casually. She hadn't expected that they had hidden their powers so well. When Noah was at body refining stage level 4, he could kill anyone under body strengthening stage level 6. Now that he had reached level 8 and took the strength enhancing pill, killing anyone under core formation level would be effortless. In truth, Abel was never stronger than Noah even after he took the pill, but he was powerful enough to kill a body strengthening stage level 8 cultivator. Since the effects of the red smoke would only last for 2 minutes, Noah didn't want to waste any time as he decided to kill Stefan as soon as possible. He left the rest of the Lane family to Alicia, Abel, and Maisie to deal with, and the Golden Bobber was another trump card that could kill any body refining stage cultivators with its innate abilities. This young man, this is between us and the Cooper family. I hope you won't interfere. Stefan was staring at Noah. I can't just stand here looking at you attack a little girl and destroy the temple. If you dare to touch anyone or anything here, I will take your souls, Noah coldly said. Sparkling light rays emerged from his palm as he thrust in the direction of Stefan. Mythical ray, Stefan shouted. Strong winds blew as his palm moved. His eyes were red in anger. He couldn't believe that a core formation warrior like him could not defeat a body refining stage cultivator. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Stefan's eyes were filled with terror when the light rays from Noah's hand and his mythical ray clashed. It was one of the skills that he was so proud of, but it wasn't effective to Noah. His mythical ray disappeared the moment it clashed with Noah's attack. Again he was pushed back and stumbled. He could only find his balance to stand again moments later, but the unpleasant feeling inside of him could not be expressed. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive. At this time, Maisie roared and rushed towards one of the body-strengthening stage warriors. Kill. The Cooper family screamed, intensely and excitingly, as they couldn't help but feel excited after looking at the turn of events. They thought that they were going to die today, as the Lane family's number was overwhelming, and they had no core formation warrior with them to face Stefan. They hadn't expected to see these two freakish youngsters. They were extraordinary rescuers, and one of them was even made a core formation level warrior to his balance. This was a big turnaround of the situation. Now they couldn't give their enemies any chance to live. Bang. In the intense battle, both parties were fighting with one another with their skills, wanting to kill as many as they could. Alicia and Abel quickly cast a layer of a seal as protection for the statue of Peace God. They were afraid that the temple was going to be destroyed by all the attacks and spells in the battle. Right after they finished casting the spell, a person screamed in agony. He was a body-refining stage who was taken down by Maisie. Her little fist went straight through his forehead. It was as violent as Abel's. This little girl was emotionless after killing him. She possessed unlimited brute force, which was a rare attribute. This made her extremely stronger, and none of her peers who were in the same grade as her could match her strength. Levi and Alicia also attacked. With just a sway of her hand, Alicia sent a couple of ice spikes at a body-strengthening warrior, and before he could put a defense spell around him, the ice pick pierced through his heart, instantly taking his life. Don't fret, my dear readers. Overwhelming badass moments of Michael coming on the way, and this is just me setting the stage. Chapter 99 Arg. The intensity of the chaotic battle increased, followed by more screams of agony. Abel and Maisie fought like a ferocious beast, as even some of the body-strengthening level warriors were not their match. Alicia was also scared the hell out of the Lane family members with her powerful spells. Each time she moved, she took a life. The battlefield was tragic. All the buildings in the monastery were almost destroyed, blood vaporized into the air. A stinging stench of blood could be smelled everywhere. Such a massive battle happening inside the monastery did not alert anyone outside, because Stefan had sealed the entire spatial area around the temple. In this intense battle, both parties suffered injuries and casualties, especially the Lane family, but unlike Stefan's initial plan, only a few members of the Cooper family suffered injuries. The Lane family had lost more than half of their group not very long after the battle had started. The remaining people were frightened to death as their fighting spirit had dropped to almost zero, while the Cooper family was just getting started. As for the battle that was happening between the two strongest men, Stefan was pressed on the ground and hit by Noah. One of his arms was broken and torn away from his body. Blood had soaked his clothes in a helpless situation. Although the weakening effects of the red smoke ended a couple of minutes ago, Noah had done a number on Stefan and wounded him as he could. When Stefan raised his head to look at Noah, he could see a very relaxed and easygoing expression on his face. He suddenly felt that Noah was toying with him. Noah could easily take his life at the beginning. How did this happen? Stefan spurted blood. Even until now, Stefan had no clues that he inhaled a cloud of smoke that weakened his cultivation level temporarily. He coughed up more blood because of the injuries he suffered, both physically and mentally. As for the mental part, he felt extremely miserable to be defeated by body refining stage level 8 cultivator. Master Lane, unlock the seal now, we can't fight anymore. Someone shouted at Stefan while fleeing for his life from Alicia, but his life was ended by Alicia the very next moment. The seal was supposed to lock the spatial area to prevent their enemies from escaping. However, the situation had changed. They realized that they had trapped themselves instead, with no way to escape from the place. The only person who could unlock the seal was Stefan. Stefan himself also couldn't stand the battle any longer. He summoned a talisman in his hand and threw it into the air. After it rumbled, the invisible seal in the spatial area disappeared. Stefan fled instantly, flying out from the battlefield. You damn kid, I will never forget this day. We will meet again. Stefan left a vengeful message and chose to flee. Too bad Noah wouldn't allow him. If you have chosen to flee in the very beginning, I won't be able to chase you, but with your current state, fleeing is not an option for you. Noah's revealed a cold smile. At the moment when he struck Stefan, he had already given him the death sentence. Noah wouldn't allow a threatening enemy to escape from his grasp. Someone like him, a core formation warrior, would bring trouble in the future. Sling. Noah slashed with his sword and his slash sent a crescent-shaped wave flying straight towards Stefan. No. Stefan felt his life was endangered by the energy wave. It was too fast and strong to defend himself with his current state. Stefan screamed and tried to cast a defensive spell, but he was too slow as the crescent-shaped wave cleaved his body in two halves. What? Stefan is dead. We have to escape now. That man is too strong. Our plan has failed. Let's run for our lives. Stefan's death was a fatal blow to the Lane family's fighting spirit. From fearless fighters, they had become timid birds that flew away in all directions. Kill them all. Don't let a single one from the Lane family escape. Maisie ordered and chased one of them at lightning speed while swaying her fists in the air, crushing his head. Even though they couldn't fight them anymore, they still had the ability to escape. Despite the Cooper family and Abel frantically killing as much of them as possible, several of them managed to escape. To the Cooper family, this was an amazing battle that needs to be recorded. The Cooper family was supposed to be the prey, but in the middle of the fight, they had turned the situation around and caused the Lane family to suffer many casualties, which included a core formation warrior, Stefan. The Lane family would really feel extremely disappointed, and at the same time, they would regret the decision of this attack on Maisie. The battle had ended, but they couldn't calm down. They were now staring at the demolished monastery. Fortunately, Abel and Alicia's spell protected the buildings from being completely destroyed by the battle. Many of them stared at Noah as this handsome and white-clothed youth was undoubtedly their savior today. They could imagine the tragedy that would happen if he did not help out today. Their lives would all be in danger despite the fact that Maisie possessed great talent. "What's your name, big brother?" Maisie came to Noah's side. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on him. It was really hard to imagine an adorable girl like her had a violent side when battling, as ferocious as a beast. "I am Noah Winston." Noah smiled and extended his arms to pinch Maisie's cheek. Noah naturally felt pleased when a sweet little girl wanted to find out about his name. Praise the God of peace for sending all of you to help us. If not, the consequences would have been disastrous. Levi walked over. His words were full of gratitude. He felt very fortunate that he had invited these three guests into the monastery and gave them shelter disregarding Noah's situation with Aragoth. Noah. This name is somewhat familiar. An elder of the Cooper family tried to recall where he had heard the name before. You are the one who caused trouble in the Western Dreidel. One of them recalled his identity and exclaimed when he saw the golden Babaru and the ice-cold beauty beside him. He heard that Noah had killed a disciple of Aragoth, which was very extraordinary. There was also an angelic beauty and a monkey that was always following him. Therefore, he found the connection between them and determined that the young man is Noah. It seems that my name is well known, even in Kethen. Noah smiled calmly, confirming his identity. Wah. So that Noah is you, big brother? I have heard the things that you have done in Dreidel. It was too awesome. I also heard you're the second best alchemist of the young generation. Maisie cheered. Her eyes stared at Noah in admiration, as though her eyes were blinking like stars. The little girl's words reminded Alicia the black-robed youngster who stunned everyone during the Phoenix auction fair. The killing intent she saw in his eyes and his disappearance without even a single scratch on him after facing Julius' attack gave her goosebumps. So you are brother Noah. No wonder you were able to kill a core formation warrior. If it wasn't for your intervention today, our Cooper family would have lost our little miss. This is a great kindness to us. Please accept my gratitude. One of the elders of the Cooper family said solemnly. The others followed his actions and also showed their gratitude to Noah. They tried to think about what would have happened if Noah wasn't here, and felt extremely grateful towards Noah for saving Maisie and them. Not much courtesy is needed. Big brother is one of us now. Maisie was very mature for her age. Despite seeing Noah for the first time, she didn't regard him as a stranger anymore, and began to see him as her own brother. Noah couldn't help but laugh. This little girl did really have a good attitude, and reminded him of his little sisters. Therefore he liked her instantly. I'm here, you know. Abel couldn't stand the situation anymore. His contribution on the battlefield was not meager, but everyone turned their attention to Noah, totally neglecting his presence. This is Abel. He is also studying under one of the peace god's temples to be a priest. Noah quickly introduced him to Maisie. A fellow priest. Welcome to the Peace Valley, Abel, said Levi. Everyone's attention now shifted to Abel, including Maisie's. What about me? If it wasn't for me gassing Stefan, Noah couldn't have defeated him. The golden Babaru rolled its eyes and complained. The members of the Cooper family were astonished as Alicia pitched the monkey's cheeks to shut his mouth. What a cute little monkey. What's his name? Maisie immediately reached her hands towards Norvin to pet him with sparkling eyes. Hey. Norvin tried to escape from being petted by the little girl, but Alicia grabbed him by his neck and handed him over to Maisie. So cute. Maisie squeezed Norvin and rubbed his head while everyone watched the little girl with a gentle smile on their faces. Big brother, you and I hit it off even if we just met for the very first time. All of you must come to our Cooper family and be our guest. When my mom and dad know about this, they will be more than thankful to you. Maisie's tone was aggressive and determined. It gave them a very hard time to decline her offer. All right, since you're being gracious, we will definitely come with you, Noah said with a smile. He was very clear that once he entered Oxfell, he would be involved in the strife between the Lane and Cooper family. Although he had killed one of the Lane family's members, this wasn't the end, and they wouldn't just leave it like that. He sighed inside thinking about Peyton as she told him to stay out of trouble, but he just did the opposite. So Brother Noah, are you going into the Nether Realm? While they were walking towards the main temple, Maisie asked curiously. Of course, yay. We should go together. Noah was surprised, but he had no intention to stop the little girl because she needed real-world experience to hone her skills, and the Nether Realm was a perfect place to do so. Why is a little girl like you entering the Nether Realm? Norvin asked after getting tired of trying to get out of the little girl's clutch. Grandma said I will find a baby dragon if I go there. Eek! When she mentioned the words baby dragon, she squeezed Norvin more in excitement as Noah could tell Maisie's desire for getting a baby dragon. However, the little girl didn't know there is someone else also looking for a baby dragon and would do anything to get his hands on a baby dragon. Chapter 100. Finally, I have some time to check my stats. After taking a bath in the small lake in Abyssal, Michael and Gaia cleaned the place. Of course, Gaia protested to clean the place, but after Michael agreed to let her sample the dishes in the restaurant he's going to build, she did her part without bitching about it. Since Michael had no need to cultivate like others, when he returned to the sect, he hit the bed and took a long nap. Gaia went to the forest to practice her archery and hunt some wild boars. She planned to hand over her hunt to Raylene and stuff her belly as usual. He was alone in his room and entered the system the moment he woke up. System version 2. 0 host. Michael cultivation level. Body refining stage level 10 experience points. 180000/200000 badass points. 78,000 skills and spells. Wind Blast LVL2 responsive shield. LVL3 environment scanning. LVL2 Ignitia, LVL1 Lightning Dash, LVL1 Energy Devour, LVL1 Death Range, LVL2 Techniques, Swords of Destiny, 80% Mastery Occupation. Core Disciple of Sunrise Sect, the Guardian of Sunrise Sect, Lord Lucifer of the Abyssal Status. Healthy Goals: Control the World, Rebuild the Order of Death. Utility: Function: Banker, LVL2 Ratio, 1,000 gold coins, 5 badass points. Wealth: 685,000 gold. Special trait: 5-star Alchemist Subordinates. Gaia loyalty level 95%. Base of operation: Sunrise Sect, the Abyssal. He almost forgot he checked his stats after taking the pain inducer pill. The pain he felt at that time was the reason for his negligence. First things first, system: how much I owe you? 22,000 badass points. Host: take it and make me debt-free. He didn't feel upset or bad to see 22,000 badass points fade away in a second, but on the contrary, he felt relieved. Now that he's debt-free, he could take another loan if ever needed it. Let's do some upgrades. Ignitia. He selected his main offensive spell and stared at the upgrade details. The next upgrade would cost him 8,000 badass points, and after upgrading it, he could fire lightning bolts from both of his hands. Plus, the power of the lightning bolts would double as anyone under body strengthening stage level 8 would be severely injured or killed in an instant if they didn't cast a powerful defense spell to defend themselves from the lightning bolts. System, upgrade the Ignitia to level 2. Good choice, host. He was now quite familiar with the system's occasional human-like comments. He watched the badass points drop from 56,000 to 48,000, and it was totally worth it as far as he was concerned. Then he gazed at another one of his main spells, Lightning Dash. Ever since the assassins tracked his moves when he was using the Lightning Dash, he wanted to upgrade the spell. Because Lightning Dash enabled him to move extremely faster than his enemies, he utilized this speed to attack his enemies before they could even react or cast a defense spell. After upgrading the Lightning Dash to level 2, he could use it with the Ignitia, as usual, to become literally untouchable in a battle. System, upgrade it to level 2 in a flash. Another 10,000 badass points disappeared, leaving him with 38,000 badass points. With these two upgraded spells, anyone under body strengthening stage level 8 had no chance of surviving a battle with Michael. But he wanted to increase his power further to the point that he wanted to kill anyone in the body strengthening stage with not much trouble. Of course, while he was on Lucifer's persona, no one in the body strengthening stage could match him because of the fear toxin and death range skill. Do I have to buy a new spell? Michael asked himself and began to rummage through the system's store, but not a single spell appeared to be a must-have or increased his strength. Therefore, he decided to find or buy a new spell and learn it through the mentor function without spending any more badass points on spells. Open the subordinates window. Right after he exited the system store, he entered the subordinates window with two people in his mind. One was Jack, who had the trait of blacksmith, and Raylene, who Michael guessed would have the trait of a chef considering her cooking skills. Both of them would be good investments to him, especially Raylene, as he was about to open up a restaurant to make more gold coins. System, assume Raylene has the trait of a 1-star chef. How many badass points it would cost me to make her a 3-star or a 4-star? 10,000 badass points to upgrade her ability to 3-star chef and 15,000 badass points for the latter. Alright, what about Jack? 30,000 badass points to turn him into a 3-star blacksmith and 40,000 to turn him into a 4-star blacksmith. Remember, host, 3-star blacksmith cannot forge anything above medium quality rare. If you want your subordinate to forge you a high quality rare weapon, you have to make him a 4-star blacksmith. What about epic weapons and legendary weapons? Epic weapons can only be forged by a 5-star blacksmith, and legendary weapons require a 6-star blacksmith who must be at the core strengthening stage. Makes sense. For now, I'll only take Raylene as my subordinate and make her a 4-star chef. The reason for the cost difference between turning Raylene into a star chef and Jack into a star blacksmith was the latter had the ability to increase one's power, unlike a chef. Fortunately, the low cost of making Raylene a 4-star chef worked in his way, as he was planning to build not just one restaurant, but restaurant chains all over this world. Other than the high cost of making Jack a 3 or 4-star level blacksmith, he first wanted to enter the Nether Realm and search the realm for a better weapon. Since he already bought the Lucky Cat Tavern, a chef to cook delicious food took the top place on his priority list. Should I make her a 5-star chef? Yes, you should, host. It's only 20,000 badass points. The system sounded very excited, but Michael hesitated because of Raylene's safety. He wouldn't always be around to save her if someone tried to capture her, because of her talent. Therefore, Michael wanted to know Gaia's thoughts before deciding, because she would know more about the chefs and their demand in this world more than him. He exited the system and jumped down from his bed to check out his herbal garden. It was time he had new pills and potions to the store other than the revitalization pill, healing potion, and arch energy boosters. Just as he was about to step out of his house, he saw Gaia dragging a huge wild boar, and when she saw him, she waved and smiled at him. She then picked out the arrow that was sticking out of the boar's head. I want this boar roasted. Where the heck is Raylene? Walk with me, he said, and began to walk in the direction of the herbal garden, as Gaia followed him behind, reluctantly leaving the boar behind. What do you know about star chefs? What star-level chef are you talking about? Tell me about a 4-star. They are hard to find but not impossible. Back in Nagaland, we had 2 4-star chefs. Now that you reminded them, I'm craving for some lamb chops they used to make me. Even after she was healed, she still continued to eat like usual. This very morning she ate 2 pies and a whole lot of biscuits before going into the forest to catch something for lunch. Don't tell me you're also a 4-star chef. Michael shook his head with a soft smile as she sighed. Then what about the 5-star chefs? She became very curious and wanted to know why he was asking about the chefs. Those bastards are very rare, just as rare as a 5-star alchemist. There's only a couple of 5-star chefs in Elon. I heard there's one in the Royal Land and one in the main branch of Ruby Cuisine in Kethen. The Ruby Cuisine was the restaurant he met Peyton and Zanali, and offered to join the Guardians as their trainee. Let's assume Raylene is a 5-star chef. Do you think someone will try to kidnap her? His words made her halt her steps and frown. She sensed he's up to something and wanted to know what. Are you hiding something from me? She valued honesty in this friendship and didn't want any secrets between them. That was why she decided to reveal everything about her over a slice of juicy boar meat. Except for the existence of the system, he too wanted to share everything with her, because she regarded her as his best friend and partner in crime after she reached 95% loyalty. After seeing Damien and hearing about the prophecy, he had a feeling that there's something more to his transmigration from the earth. His instincts told him that soon he would learn more about his transmigration, and at that time, he didn't want it to be a secret between them that might break her trust. Also, if you tell Gaia that you and Abraz are the same person, the system will deduct badass points. Abraz is a textbook beta, and the system does not want the host to accept a beta persona. Just as he was thinking about what to tell her and what not, the system sounded in his mind. It was a tone of warning, and he could feel the gravity of the system's warning. Fortunately, he had a perfect cover story that had a mix of truth and lies that would perfectly make sense to Gaia without exposing his biggest secret, the system. It's time I tell you who I am and where did I come from. Chapter 101. We are alone. Now tell me about your past. The two of them were at one of the mountain peaks of the Sunrise sect, alone. Sitting on the edge, they could see the entire Sunrise sect, and even the river town in the distance. Michael used the time he spent getting to the mountain peak to piece all the lies and truths together, so she wouldn't doubt him. Looking at her face, he took a long deep breath. What I'm going to tell must stay between us. You can trust me, human, I'm your friend. It wasn't a surprise to Michael seeing the sincerity in her eyes. After all, she reached 95% loyalty. Besides, Michael regarded Gaia as his only friend nowadays. I'm not from this world, Gaia. I came from another world. What? You're kidding me, ha ha ha, hilarious. She began to laugh, and it was obvious that she didn't believe his words, but her laughter faded away when she stared at his serious face. You're serious? She asked with a shaky voice as Michael nodded. Yes, I was brought here from my world by a mysterious light. Michael saw the confusion on her face and continued. After the light brought me to a place called the Sanctuary, where a group of people protected the dash. The cosmic stream. Gaia finished his sentence and began to shiver with no control over her body. For the moment Michael ignored her shock and went on. When the light brought me there, the sanctuary was burnt to the ground by the soldiers of Thusia. One of the men they killed looked just like me. His name was Abraz. Before he died, with the help of that mysterious light, he merged his soul fragment with me, leaving all his memories and knowledge to me. Except for the part about the mysterious light and the truth about his original body. What Michael said was true. Gaia stared at him blankly for a few moments in silence, and analyzed everything she just heard in her mind. First of all, he didn't look like he was lying, and the more she thought about this, what he said made sense. Most people in the world had no clue about the sanctuary and the cosmic stream, and only a few people had heard about the two, but they considered it as a myth. However, the ancestors of the Nagas believed in the existence of the cosmic stream and the sanctuary. Some of the ancestors were somehow able to leave clues about their existence and the treasure they were protecting. The Nagas also believed the sanctuary was home to countless secret long-lost knowledge, and only the protectors were able to grasp this wisdom. By taking all the memories of Abraz, Gaia believed that Michael was able to get hold of this ancient knowledge, hence he was able to heal her crippled cultivation and perform many unbelievable feats. System, do me a favor. Gaia saw him close his eyes for a moment, and then open after a few seconds. Close your eyes. Gaia felt his warm hand on his shoulder as she closed her eyes. The very next moment, she felt a hot surge in her brain as she started to experience Abra's betrayal and pain. With the help of the system, Michael made Gaia feel what he feels. Soon, Gaia's body twitched violently as she roared in anger and pain. Michael was able to control his anger and pain because of the many years of training and meditating, but she had no training. Therefore, when Michael made her feel Abra's pain, she lost her mind for a few moments because of the immense grief and anger. Following her mad roar, she started to bleed through her ears and nostrils. Michael withdrew his hand and waited for her to break out of this misery. This. How you feel? He saw her teary eyes and heard her stutter. Yes, Abraz and I may be two different people, but when the light merged his soul fragment with mine, I have not only his knowledge and memoirs but also his pain, grief, anger, and all of his feelings. Before he left this world, I promised him I'd avenge him and his people, no matter what. How are you still here and not on Thusia? Since Gaia felt Abraz's feelings, she wanted to burn the entire Thusia to the ground and rip Layla into pieces. Because I'm not stupid. Thusia sees the cosmic stream, which means they have a powerful source of energy in their hands. The only way to get my revenge is to become stronger than King Thusia, and then I will take everything from him. We will take everything from him. Human, she squeezed his hand and decided to avenge Abraz together after experiencing his emotions. But the longer we wait, the stronger they grow. Human. We should act sooner rather than later. She feared that with the use of the cosmic stream, the king of Thusia and all his men would grow exponentially stronger and become impossible to kill. The cosmic stream is a source of pure energy, much more powerful than the arch energy, but although he has the cosmic stream, he can't absorb its energy continuously, unless he wants to explode into million tiny pieces. Still, his cultivation speed would be insane. Yes, but don't forget I have a war god body, courtesy of the mysterious light. Let him have his fun with the cosmic stream for now. They fist bumped and grinned devilishly. Did you see the mysterious light you were talking about again? Since she believed he told her everything, she felt happy. She could tell that he trusts her as she trusts him. No, after Abraz's soul fragment merged with my soul, I woke up days after near the forest of the river town. You know what happened next. You saved me. She grabbed his hand and held it against her chest tightly. Even to this second, she could close her eyes and recall the first time she saw him vividly in her mind. At that time, she didn't know he would be her savior and best friend. Both of them came a long way since then, and now, they were like a nail and flesh. Will it hurt you to turn Raylene into a star chef? The last time you used your knowledge to heal me, you almost died. He could sense the concern in her voice and it warmed his heart, because no one ever worried about him before. He wanted to treasure this feeling and her friendship. The arrogant haughty snake is his best friend now, and he would do everything to protect her, and he knew she would do the same for him. Don't worry, it won't, but you have to keep an eye on her when I'm in the nether realm. We don't want to lose our head chef, do we? He'll take care of our business while you're away. Human, and speaking of human, is Ghost your real name? I will tell my name when you do something nice for me. Until then, you have to call me Ghost. You ruined a perfect moment, bastard. Rolling her eyes, she punched him on the shoulder, seeing she failed to know his name. Also, while I'm in the nether realm, you have to kill these people, Lucifer style. Michael retrieved a list of criminals in his list and their whereabouts and handed it over to Gaia. He wanted to spread the legend of Lucifer around the kingdom more so people would come to believe him as a vigilante who kills the criminals and cleanse the kingdom of the sinners. Kill 8 random criminals and 2 enemies of our own, and people would think that too as the victims of Lucifer rather than the enemies of Ghost. Nice plan. Do you want me to dress as Lucifer too? I have something for you. Michael closed his eyes and entered the system to get her something awesome like his suits of armor. I put the armor you should wear in our space ring. A few seconds after, Michael opened his eyes and said, the suit of armor he chose for her was none other than a female version of his Lucifer armor. It cost him 5,000 badass coins to buy the new suit of armor for her, and now he had 33,000 badass points remaining. Cool. I also put a few bottles of fear toxin inside. Remember to apply the fear toxin on the suit, and leave no evidence behind except the mark of Lucifer. Finally some action. Excitement filled her eyes and she couldn't wait to hunt some criminals at night like her friend. We should go now. Since he told her everything she has to do while he's in the Nether Realm, he could enter the Nether Realm with no worries. For now, the only things he had to do was turn Raylene into a 5-star chef and start his first high-end restaurant, as well as making new products for the Majestic. As for the interior and the design for the restaurant, he had Ristorante La Sponda in Italy in his mind. He dined in this fine restaurant when he was on a job in Italy and liked the elegant atmosphere. Plus, the Lucky Cat Tavern was a perfectly suitable place for this makeover. During the daytime, Gaia could put together a group of talented builders to achieve his vision and continue to renovate the sect. Now that I'm finished establishing the backstory and necessary fillers, I can jump onto the juicy action part. Nether Realm Arc/Lucifer will begin from the... Stay tuned. Chapter 102. From the earth comes the bounty of diversity. The herbs were rising toward the sun, showing off their lush green and sparkling colors as if they were in a carnival parade. The green herbs made a green quilt for the senses upon the flower bed. Michael's herbal garden was a sort of binary. The neat areas were very, very neat, and the wild areas were very, very wild. The two extremes right next to one another enhanced one another. The garden was neither too small nor too big, but it was the size of a typical green. Because of the effects of the fertilizer Michael got from the system, the herbs had grown quicker and healthier. Some herbs grew as tall as an average man, while some flowers were as big as a 10-year-old child. Don't water the dragon root too much, and Jack, get away from the angel catnip. Elder Reiner, who taught herbology in the Sunrise sect, was walking through his new favorite place, Michael's herbal garden. He was supervising the disciples and ensuring the herbs grow as healthier as they could. Ever since Michael began to grow the herbs in the garden, the old shaggy land became a lush garden that filled the surrounding air with soothing therapeutic fragrance. While Elder Reiner was supervising the disciples, he saw sect leader Claire rushing towards him. Elder Reiner, have you seen Ghost? No, Jack. She didn't even wait for Elder Reiner to finish his sentence as she shouted at Jack. Are you searching for me, sect leader Claire? Just as Jack was about to point his fingers at the figures walking towards them, Claire heard Michael's voice and turned back. Thank God you're here. Why aren't you at the auction fair? And WHOA? When her eyes fell on Gaia, shock and surprise took aback Claire. The mortal girl who was following around Michael had turned into a body refining stage level 3 cultivator in just a matter of days. Everyone except one person swarmed around Gaia like ants around a sugar cube. Michael stepped aside and let Gaia have her moment. He knew the snake loved attention and admiration. Claire and Elder Reiner stared at Gaia speechlessly, while Gaia stood there with a smug face. Michael could tell she is itching to reveal her real cultivation level. How do you? I was lucky enough to find a 10,000 years hazel lotus on my way from Phoenix Island to here. He made me a potion using it, and boom, my cultivation talents went straight up, said Gaia proudly. The hazel lotus was not a made-up herb but a real rare herb that could revitalize the arch-energy roots in one's body. A 10,000 years old hazel lotus could indeed make an incompetent cultivator into a genius, and although they didn't find the herb in truth, its medicinal quality helped the both of them come up with the story to cover up Gaia's sudden transformation. Come here. After Claire came out the shock, she let out a wide grin and reached her arms to embrace Gaia. Hey, Gaia tried to step back, but her effort was wasted as Claire took her into her arms in a loving embrace. Oh shit! In the scene, the only person who seemed horrified and kept his distance from Gaia was Jack. Even when she was a mortal girl, she beat him on a regular basis, and now Jack couldn't even imagine what she would do to him. He cried inside and prayed to the gods. Almighty God, please bless your child with enough strength to endure the beating he's going to receive. Michael chuckled inside seeing Jack praying, looking at the sky. I'm so happy for you, Elia. We should celebrate this. Claire spoke while squeezing Gaia as she tried to wiggle herself out of the hug, and threw a help-me glance at Michael. Why did you want to find me, sect leader Claire? Michael helped his friend by asking Claire. Oh yes. Claire seemed like she remembered something important, and let go of Gaia. The Nether Realm is not opening next week, they are opening the gates today. What? Why? Gaia asked as Claire sighed. I think it's related to the recent Netheril attack in River Town. Summoning the Netherils may have weakened the layer between our world and the Nether Realm. However, it doesn't matter why. If you want to enter the Nether Realm, Go to Sarton now. Then I guess I'm leaving now. Michael had good feelings about the Nether Realm and wanted to steal all of its riches. Girl, are you planning to enter the Nether Realm with him? Elder Reiner looked at Gaia and asked. Nah, he can have this one considering the Nether Realm has security measures against people who were above the body refining stage. She didn't dare to try to enter the Nether Realm. The last time when someone tried to enter the Nether Realm hiding his body strengthening cultivation, he was turned into ashes the moment he stepped into the Nether Realm. Brother Ghost, watch out for the Broad River sect. They tend to pick a fight with our sect every time we enter the Nether Realm, one of the female disciples said and drew Michael's attention. Lena. Claire's shout immediately made the girl shut her mouth before she could say more. Are we forgetting who he is, sect leader Claire? Elder Reiner asked Claire, and his words reminded her of Michael's position as guardian. Broad River sect, huh? They are from Sarton, right? What's their beef with you guys? Gaia curiously asked Claire. No reason, they just like to bully our disciples whenever they get a chance like everyone else on Earth. People needed a reason to become enemies, but in this world, cultivators tend to follow the rule of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak. Michael understood the meaning of Claire's words. Since the Sunrise sect was weak, it became an easy target for everyone to bully, and this Broad River sect was just another bully on the block. Let's hope they will cross paths with me, Michael said with a calm face, but they could see the cold killing intent in his eyes. Killing them would be like hitting two birds with one stone for him, as he could earn experience points, and declare to everyone that not to mess with his sect. Unlike before, Michael had a core formation level cultivator with him. Therefore he didn't have to worry about killing them. Only the big sects like Golden Valley or Morning Star had core formation cultivators for the inner and core disciples, but in a normal sect, elders or the sect leader would be the core formation level cultivator. Now that he had to leave the sect as soon as possible, there were still some things he should take care of. System, I need a pair of long-range earpiece. 1,000 badass coins and you can talk to each other across realms. I will buy those and add a transmitter on one of them so I can keep track of Gaia. Sure thing, but ITLL cost you another 500 badass points. Just take it and add her location to my environmental scanning. Compared to 500 badass points, her safety was more important to Michael. After what happened at the Phoenix Island, he didn't want to be in the dark again when she's in danger. Besides, he could use her help inside the Nether Realm because she told him that she entered it once. Also, if Jane tried to do something stupid again like sending assassins to kill him, he would be able to walk Gaia through what to do next. I'll go see Raylene before I leave. Elia, come with me. Yep, he nodded at Claire and Elder Reiner, and then he gently grabbed Gaia's hand before activating the newly upgraded lighting dash for the first time. Whoosh. Literally in a flash, both of them disappeared from their sight. Before upgrading the lightning dash to level 2, one could see tiny blue bolts of lightning left behind after Michael disappeared. And now the blue bolts turned into gold ones. For Michael, he could feel his speed had almost tripled. Eek, my head's spinning. Brother Ghost. Before even Gaia could steady herself, she heard little Cindy's voice and looked up to see the little girl throwing herself at Michael. Gaia couldn't understand why this little girl became so excited and happy every time she saw Michael, and he too seemed delighted to see her. There you are, Michael pecked on Cindy's soft cheeks and lifted her up. Soon after seeing Michael's sudden appearance, Raylene rushed out of her house, which was given to her by Claire. Master Ghost, Ricky said you went to Phoenix Island. Yeah, I did. Cindy, go play with your friends. Your mom and I have to talk alone. What about Sister Elia? Can I play with her? Cindy excitedly asked Michael. You can play with her later. Now go play with your friends. Michael placed the little girl down and received a loving kiss on his cheek from Cindy. Cindy then ran happily in the direction of her friends. Raylene, come with me. Hearing Michael, Raylene followed him and Elia into her house. It was time he made Raylene his subordinate. Even though the house was old and small, Raylene kept it clean and presentable. Gaia's nose twitched because of the delicious aroma in the air, and suddenly felt hungry. Raylene, do you trust me? Michael asked with a serious face. The question surprised Raylene, but she took a deep breath and answered honestly. Master Ghost, you saved us and gave us a home when I and the children had nowhere to go. The food we are eating is yours. I have nothing to give it to you except my life if you ask for it. My life is yours. Without her control, Raylene's eyes became watery. Will you be my subordinate and serve me well? Yes, Gaia, surprised to see Raylene drop to her knees, asking no questions. Does the host wish to accept Raylene as a subordinate? Yes, subordinate. Raylene, cultivation level, race, human status, healthy trait, cook, loyalty towards the host, 97% right out of the bat. She was 97% loyal towards Michael, unlike a certain someone. He was happy to confirm her trait was indeed cook, and now he could turn her into a 5-star chef. While she was kneeling in front of him, he placed his hand on her head. I'm going to make you a 5-star chef and head chef of all my future restaurants and hotel chains. I will give you 30% of the profits and the resources for you and Cindy to cultivate. Serve me well. Raylene was speechless and almost fainted on the spot. System. Make Raylene a 5-star chef. Right after this, Gaia saw a bright light emerge from Michael's hand and cover the body of Raylene for a few seconds as she closed her eyes. When the light disappeared, Raylene slowly opened her eyes and looked at Michael like she was looking at a god. System. I need the blueprint and the interior design of Ristorante La Sponda. He spent another 500 badass points and bought the blueprint and the interior design to transform the Lucky Cat Tavern into a stylish high-end restaurant. Here, put this in your ear. Michael then looked at Gaia and handed over the small earpiece to her. While she was staring and curiously fiddling around the earpiece, he took out the thin book that had the blueprint and the interior designs. Master Ghost Dash. Show your gratitude and loyalty in your actions. Michael interrupted Raylene with a wave of his hand and said. Raylene was still in shock, but the tears of overwhelming joy gushing out of her eyes like water breaking out of a dam. I will, Master Ghost. It took several seconds for Raylene to wipe away her tears and exclaim. Michael just nodded with a smile and disappeared out of her sight with Gaia. I want our restaurant to look like this. You can make a few changes if you want in a few seconds. Michael reached the border of the Sunrise sect and handed over the book to Gaia. Just don't die, all right? She punched him in the shoulder playfully. I'll try. Chapter 103. What is this thing? How can I still hear you? While Michael was on his way to Sarton, he heard Gaia's voice through his earbud. It's called earbuds. I can talk to you even after I entered the Nether Realm. Where did you get it? It's among the few things that mysterious light left me with. We can not only talk to each other through this, but also I can find you wherever you are, so you won't get your snaky ass kicked like at the Phoenix Island. You're not going to drop this, are you? She could tell he was enjoying teasing her. Nope. She proved the much-needed entertainment on his way to Sarton. Now that I think about it, I don't have to put up with your shit for 5 long days, and I'm gonna enjoy every second of it. She sounded elated. Yet he knew she's going to miss him. After running for half an hour, he began to see the outer walls of Sarton and carriages on his way. Inside the city walls, Michael could sense a fluctuation in arch energy and saw a crowd of people going towards the center of the city. Hey, what was that? Is that lightning? After a golden lightning bolt passed by them, people were stunned and they had no idea it was Michael who just ran past them. Michael's full focus was on the center of the city where he sensed the arch energy fluctuations, so he didn't stop by to look around his surroundings and enjoy the view in the daytime. The last time he came to Sarton, he came by the night to slaughter a group of criminals to spread the legend of Lucifer. At the moment in the center of Sarton, Noah was standing in there and waiting for the portal to the Nether Realm to open with his friends. Beside him, Abel was gawking around and looked extremely nervous. Calm down, Abel. Peyton said she will take care of it, and we believe her. Norvin lazily lied on Noah's shoulder and said. Suddenly, 5 groups of people flew towards the crowd from different directions at a very fast speed. Many people who were in lower-level cultivation such as the body refining stage couldn't even catch a glimpse of their silhouettes. And even Noah and his group of geniuses barely caught a glimpse of their figures. They appeared above the sky within a split second. It was like they had made an appointment for a meeting as they had all appeared at exactly the same time. Their emergence quietened the crowd down at the scene. An intense aura was released from their bodies like a high-tide wave in the sea, totally covering the sky. The people felt pressured by these auras that their souls shivered slightly, stirring up their sense of admiration for them. One group wore casual but noble clothes while the other 4 wore clothes that looked like uniforms. The silhouettes were Gerard Atkins of the Guardians Guild, Royce Camden of the Morning Star, Hazel Belmont of the Silver Moon, Edgar Godfrey of Aragoth, and Dean Byrne of the Golden Valley. If Michael was here, he would recognize his one-night stand, Sadie Kaplan, who was standing behind Hazel Belmont, her teacher. Besides Sadie, there were also familiar faces of Evan, Victoria, and Selena among the people in the sky. Abel sighed when he noticed Peyton and Zanali behind Gerard Atkins, who was a dark-haired man with a sturdy body. Everyone's gaze fell upon them with burning eyes, especially those rogue cultivators and some disciples of minor powers. They were all excited to be able to see the legendary figures of Breedia and Elon in person. It wasn't something that they had even dreamt of, especially seeing the famous legendary guardian, Gerard Atkins. This matter was enough for them to boast in front of those who didn't have the chance to come when they returned. Edgar was wearing grayish armor on his sturdy body. After he arrived, one of the youngsters behind him murmured something in his ears, looking at Noah and his group immediately after he saw them. The youngster recognized Noah by his pure white clothes and the golden babaru on his shoulder. "Who the heck is Noah Winstons, and how dare you kill one of my disciples?" Edgar raged. A strong aura suddenly rushed out of his body, inciting fear among the crowd. After his sentence was finished, everyone both in the sky and land fixed their eyes on Noah. Gerard was the one who was surprised the most. Back when Peyton told him that she found the replacement for Ghost of the River Town, Noah was merely a body refining stage level 4 warrior. Within a short period of time, he had reached level 8. This kind of cultivation speed really startled him. Yet even though he was surprised by Noah, he was the calmest of all. Gerard gave a nod of approval at Peyton for finding a genius for the trainee guardian position. "Humph. Do you think you can kill my disciples and escape the wrath of Aragoth?" Edgar made a cold humph. He launched an attack with his palm-like claw at Noah. Who wouldn't know how powerful a core strengthening stage level 10 was? The powerful aura he radiated was strong enough to immobilize Noah. To Edgar, he was a very rare genius, but he was an enemy now. He was as fragile as an ant in front of a core-strengthening stage warrior, and could be pinched to death easily. Swoosh. At the same time, another hand made of arch energy clashed with Edgar's and destroyed Edgar's spell. "Edgar, he's a member of the Guardian Guild. You can't kill him as you like." Gerard was enraged. His relationship with Edgar hadn't been very good, and Noah was his responsibility. If he didn't stop Edgar from killing his subordinate, everyone would laugh him at for his cowardice. "Gerard, you wish to start a war with me just because of a trainee?" Edgar's face was solemn. "What if I am?" Gerard calmly asked him. "Haha, Edgar, this is too shameful. The famous Aragoth sect is bullying a kid." Hazel laughed, not willing to let go of the chance to send an insult to Edgar. Edgar's expression changed. He made a cold humph and stopped his attempt to attack. To personally handle a body refining stage cultivator by himself was really a shameful act. There were more than enough inner disciples who could get rid of him. Edgar gave the orders secretly using his telekinetic sense to his disciples. "Listen, don't let me see this kid walk out of the nether realm alive." One youngster behind him nodded and bowed at Edgar after receiving the order. Meanwhile, Hazel flicked her wrist as numerous space rings appeared in the air, and each of the rings floated towards a person. You can't use any space rings inside the nether realm except the one in front of you. Utility space carefully by taking what you really want. Avoid fighting with each other and concentrate on getting the treasures for your cultivation. After Hazel, Royce Camden of Morning Star gave a piece of advice to all the youngsters. "All right. No more delays. We should open the rift with no delays," Dean said after everyone grabbed the space rings. Right after that, the 5 masters came together and formed a portal on the ground connecting this world to the Nether Realm. "We are finally going to enter the Nether Realm for an expedition. I have been expecting this for a long time. I must get something good when I enter." Many had started to feel nervous. This was the day that they had been waiting for. They have all been preparing for this big event to happen, and would rush into it as soon as it was opened. "Let's go, we are going in." Some had flown up wildly and rushed into the portal like there's no tomorrow. The entrance of the portal was enormous, big enough for them to enter in a large group like a swarm of wasps. The geniuses of the 3 big sects and disciples of Aragoth were also entering the portal excitedly. Meanwhile, Zanali and Peyton descended from the sky and landed near Noah and his group. "Big brother, let's go in together." Maisie stood beside Noah. Who's this little girl? Peyton asked with a smile on her face. She could tell that there's a special relationship between the two. This is Maisie, my good foster sister. This is my friend, Abel. Noah introduced them to one another as Peyton seemed like she just realized something. She's the one you recommended us to recruit. Not bad. Not bad at all. Peyton was slightly shocked to learn a 13-year-old little girl had reached the body refining stage level 5. She was a genius who could be compared to Noah or even Zanali's stepsister. Peyton, Zanali, this is Abel. He is also one of my good friends. We have faced life and death trials before. Noah patted Abel's shoulder while introducing him. Miss Peyton, Miss Zanali. Peyton put one palm on his chest and said with respect. Nice to meet you, Abel. Peyton and Zanali responded with a friendly smile. You should go. The others have already entered. You can't be left behind, Peyton said as Noah and Alicia nodded. Let's go. Right after that, he and his group rushed into the portal, but just as they were about to step into the portal, they halted their steps when they saw a flash of gold lighting bolt into the portal. Wow, what was that? Maisie and Abel did see nothing while Noah and Alicia barely caught a glimpse of a man in the flash of lightning. That was the guy who rejected our offer of joining the Guardian Guild in the first place. Ghost. Noah and his group were stunned for a moment. They wanted to probe into this matter, but Gerard's sudden appearance pulled their attention more. Guardian Captain Peyton and Zanali immediately lowered their heads and bowed with the utmost respect towards Gerard while the others awkwardly lowered their heads. I have an important task for all of you in the Nether Realm. Chapter 104. After staying for 1.5 hours in the portal, Michael finally saw a light at the end of the tunnel. I think I'm here. Seeing this, Michael's spirit rose. Remember to take shelter in the abandoned buildings at night. He heard Gaia's serious voice through the earpiece and agreed in his mind. According to Gaia, powerful netherals such as core formation, and even core strengthening stage netherals would come out of their hiding place at night. Therefore, roaming outside at night in the Nether Realm with their body refining stage cultivation level was nothing but suicide. I'll take shelter at night, he said and reassured her. After a few seconds, the light at the end of the portal became brighter, and soon after, he finally arrived at the end of the tunnel. Swoosh! Michael felt a tremendous gust of force from behind, and in a flash, he was falling from the sky. Fortunately, he didn't fall from too high as he landed on the ground comfortably, breaking none of his bones. After leaving the portal, he heard the excited cries of people. He was standing on a vast grassland and the sight slightly surprised him. When he first mentioned the Nether Realm, he imagined it to be a desolate place with ashes in the air and streams of lava on the ground. Yet the place before him seemed like a perfect place for a picnic with friends. Let's go towards the ends of this plain field. I'm sure we'll find some treasures there. At the moment, someone said and ran past Michael. Soon, more than 100 warriors were scattered around in different locations, and all of them were rushing toward the end of this plain field at the same time. Lightning dash. A few minutes, Michael overtook them and reached the end of the plain field before anyone else could. A white fog suddenly emerged in front of him, and when people came closer to the fog, they discovered there were 7 paths in front of them. Each path had appeared out of nowhere, and they looked illusionary, and none of them seemed to be real. How come there are so many paths? How are we going to choose which to take? We must be extra careful. Although this place seems harmless, I'm sure it's filled with great dangers. Some paths must lead to real treasures, and some must lead to great dangers. Precisely. Let's wait and see. It's best not to be too impulsive. If we enter some dangerous situation, our lives would be thrown away in vain. The crowds immediately stopped moving. Everyone stared at the fork in the road, the 7 paths in front of them. They did not know which path they should choose. When there was a great opportunity, the great danger would usually lurk nearby. No one wanted to risk their lives for nothing. Therefore, they had to be really careful when picking which path they should take. White fog hovered around all 7 paths and made it even more difficult to choose the right path. Everything seemed quiet and calm, but the crowds felt an eerie feeling as they looked at the 7 paths and the white fog. Hey, there are 7 paths in front of me. Which one should I choose? He asked Gaia, and he also directed the question to the system. Choose one randomly and go. That's what I did. The system level is too low to scan the paths. Unfortunately, Both Gaia and the system were unable to help Michael choose a better path, so he decided to choose a path randomly. While the others were hesitating to step forward, Michael chose the third path from his right, and began to walk the path. Tap, tap. The path he chose was really quiet, and silence filled his journey. The only sound he could hear was the sound of his footsteps. He walked the path with a solemn expression, trying to be as careful as possible. He was glad that he bought the environmental scanning that's helping him be aware of the surroundings. What's happening? Gaia asked him. There are cracks everywhere on this path, and it's emanating an ancient aura. I wonder how many years it has existed. It's really giving me a spooky feeling. He furrowed his brows. Just be careful and ready for a fight. You don't know when a netheril would jump out of the fog and drink your blood. Hee. She tried to scare him with her spooky voice, but it only made him chuckle. Yet his instincts told him that this path wouldn't be as peaceful as it seemed. He walked forwards for nearly an hour at a consistent speed. Suddenly, he heard a miserable shriek sound out not far in front of them, and his environmental scanning alerted him that there were hostile enemies in front of him a few meters away from him. The shriek sounded really spooky, as if it came from an inhuman creature. He sped up, and shortly after, he saw a man motionlessly lying in a pool of blood about 20 meters in front of them. It was a shocking scene. The man's throat had completely ripped off and blood flowed out from the neck. It seems he entered this path before me, he said, and weirdly, instead of worrying, a grin appeared on his face and his eyes lit up. Finally, some action and XP. Michael suddenly shouted out. With extremely fast speed, he unsheathed his sword and swung the sword around. Ike. A loud shrill was heard. Michael's sword had cut something. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a body strengthening stage, level 8 netheril. The reward is 7,000 experience points as well as 200 badass points. After he heard the system, he found a dark goo splatter, and soon found a netheril human lying on the ground in his own pool of dark goo. What is it? Gaia asked curiously. Just a body strengthening stage netheril after reaching level 10 of the body refining stage. Killing this netheril felt like stepping on an ant. The netheril was too weak, and didn't even have time to dodge Michael's sword slash. There are more of them here. An evil grin surfaced on his face before golden bolts of lightning cracks began to dance around his fingers. Zzzhhhhhhhhhh. Zzzhhhhhhhhh. 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 Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a body strengthening stage, level 8 netheril. The reward is 7,000 experience points as well as 200 badass points. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a body strengthening stage, level 7 netheril. The reward is 7,000 experience points as well as 200 badass points. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a body strengthening stage, level 8 netheril. The reward is 7,000 experience points as well as 200 badass points. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a body strengthening stage, level 6 netheril. The reward is 7,000 experience points as well as 200 badass points. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a body strengthening stage, level 7 netheril. The reward is 7,000 experience points as well as 200 badass points. Michael just kept walking the path while sending bots of lightning into the fog in all directions. With the help of his environmental scanning, every lightning bolt he fired killed a netheril or two. The people who were walking the same path as Michael saw golden flashes of light through the white fog and heard loud shrills. They are so weak. Why are you being so proud? If I was there, I could have killed them with a flick of my wrist. The proud and arrogant voice of Gaia sounded in his head. You better finish all your tasks when I return, Gaia, or I'll take away your breakfast, second breakfast and night snacks. Are you blackmailing this princess, you damn bastard? Yes, I am. During the next 2 hours he continued walking this path, and it was as if there was no end to it. Along his way, he continued to kill the netherils, and with their weak strength and environmental scanning, no matter how good a netheril hit itself, it would still die. Along the way, he had killed more than 100 netherils and earned enough experience points to reach the body strengthening stage. But soon, The following situation made him lose the smile on his face, because the netherals that continuously attacked him didn't appear once more. The path had suddenly become extremely quiet. Then after a few minutes of walking, the path had finally ended. The white fog hovering around him also disappeared. Michael continued moving forward with a sad face because of the disappearance of the netherals. In the blink of an eye, he left the path and arrived at the mountain range. This mountain range covered 60 kilometers in all directions, but there wasn't a single plant on sight. Have you left the path? Buzz. Right after Gaia finished speaking, Michael's lips curved upwards as hundreds of stone netherals suddenly appeared within the mountain range. They instantly started sprinting toward Michael. So many netherals. Those netherals aren't that strong. Just fly above them. Hearing Michael's voice, she suggested flying above the netherals to avoid being annoyed by the weak netherals. However, in his eyes, these netherals appeared to be experience farms which could make him jump from body strengthening stage level 1 to level 3, and also increase his sword mastery to 85%. I love Netherrealm. Chapter 105. Right at this moment, a group of youngsters was walking the path quietly. Although their journey was uneventful, their eyes were filled with terror because their path was painted with dark goo, netheral limbs, and body parts. Who did this? A girl in the group asked while tightly clenching her sword. Shhhh. The boy who was leading the group shushed the girl as they began to hear loud shrieks in the air. Oh my god, netherals! The boys in the group swallowed their saliva and the girls moved closer to each other in fear. Guys, I think the netherals are fighting. The group walked this path before us. The boy who was leading the group said and prepared himself for an intense fight with the netherals. Come on guys, we have to help them. Dennis, wait. The group behind him, however, didn't want to fight the netherals and tried to stop him from moving forward. Guys, don't be stupid. We cannot turn back after coming all this way. The fight is inevitable. Let's join the fight with that group and fight together. Despite their fear of fighting the flesh-eating netherals, they could see the point of joining another group and fight the netherals together rather than facing them alone. There's strength in numbers, guys. Come on, Dennis urged them and advanced to join the fight. His group soon followed him behind through the mist, and after a few minutes, the white mist around them disappeared. They continued to move forward in the battle's direction sound. The sounds of the shrieks sounded louder as the group halted their steps for a moment and took deep breaths. Are you guys ready? Dennis could see the battle is happening just around the corner and wanted to make sure his group is ready to face the netherals. Yes, they knew it's too late to turn back and wanted to face the netherals with courage and valor. Good. Dennis nodded and turned back. For glory. For honor. For Westview. The group dashed forward, letting out high-pitched battle cries. However, their battle cries were cut short by the sight in front of them. Though the terrain was covered with grayish pebbles and ashen soil, the ground wasn't clear gray but blackish crimson color. Their eyes were fixed on the netherals before them, yet they lowered their weapons subconsciously. In front of them, they saw a mound of netherals. They stood still, staring at the golden bolt of lightning moving around the netherals. Everywhere the golden lightning bolt traveled, they could see a netheral fall, losing either its head or half of its body or both. Soon, the mound grew bigger by one or more inanimate netheral. This scene continued for another 10 minutes, and the mound of netherals grew bigger and bigger. The group stood there with their mouths opened as they witnessed a mob of netherals being reduced to zero in a short amount of time. The very next moment after killing the last netheral, they saw the golden bolt of lightning slowing down transform into a black-robed youngster. Dennis and his group were stunned beyond words when they realized that all the netherals were killed by not a group but a single person. My sword broke. Michael lifted one of his swords and shook the sword as a chunk of the blade fell off from the sword. He picked up the chunk of the blade and put it inside his space ring along with the broken sword. Since these were his first swords, they had sentimental value for him. Let's burn these suckers. Michael walked towards the mound of netherals, and on his way, he saw the terrified faces of Dennis and his group. Hey! He waved shortly at Dennis and his group and took out a can to burn all the netherals. Oh. Hi. It took several seconds for Dennis to respond, but Michael was busy pouring the green liquid on the netherals. What is he doing? A girl behind Dennis asked him. Ignitia. The girl's question was soon answered by Michael as a tiny bolt of lightning hit the mound of netherals. Instantly, the mound was on fire, and they all closed their noses due to the stench radiated from the burning netherals. Soon, the mound was reduced to nothing but ashes. They saw him gathering all the ashes into a large bottle and storing it in his space ring. They had no idea why he collected the netheral ashes. Unlike the netherals he killed in the river town, these netherals had a special property in their body, and it made their ashes one of the best fertilizers for his herbal garden. Besides this ash, he earned enough experience points to reach the body strengthening stage level 3 through killing the netherals and absorbing their cores. He kept a bunch of cores for the elders and Claire, so they could also reach the higher stages. The stronger his base of operation, the more badass points he could earn. After collecting the ashes, he turned around and disappeared from their sight in a flash, leaving them dumbstruck. Did you kill them all? After leaving the battleground, Michael heard Gaia's voice. What do you think? Move your ass faster, human, or you would lose the real treasures, she yelled at him as Michael said. Did you forget about my war god body? The more I kill, the stronger I would become. Freaky, but I wish I could cultivate like you, Gaia sighed. Don't worry, I'll help you cultivate faster. You better. She didn't feel ashamed of asking for his assistance, but on the contrary, she felt thrilled. While chit-chatting with Gaia, he exited the mountain range, and right before he left the mountain range, a white fog suddenly appeared in front of him again. The white mist prevented him from looking further into the distance. At the same time, he felt a cooling sensation. I sense no netherals within the white fog in front of me. Once I cross this white fog, I might enter another mountain range, Michael said with an excited smile. Thinking about another experience farm, he began to walk forward. Soon after, he passed through the white fog. Yet, unlike his expectation, what was in front of him after passing the white mist was a great plain with a bright sky. But what attracted him wasn't this beautiful scene, it was the huge garden that was floating high above them in the sky. Is that a garden? Wasting no time, he stepped on the flying sword and dashed towards the garden. Right at this moment, figures of warriors could be seen lingering around the garden. All of them had the same excited expressions, and some of them had even started fighting each other. Furthermore, more people were dashing out from different directions. When these people saw the garden in the sky, they immediately flew toward it. Michael knew that these people were from the other paths, and there were more people on those paths than the one he chose. But none of this was important. The important thing was, the temptation caused by the garden in the sky was really powerful. Even from far, he could smell the refreshing air coming from it, as well as a strong smell of herbs. The smell of herbs caused all those who smelled it to feel relaxed and refreshed. Move. I found this cavern petal. Fuck you, I found this. What is that? An oglio root? Damn. Look at that. That is the diamond leaf. An extremely rare herb in the outside world. Oh heavens, there are rare herbs everywhere. This entire garden is a gigantic treasure. Everyone arrived at the garden in the sky, and were excitedly yelling and shouting. This was because they kept finding rare herbs. Herbs so rare there was no way they could see them in the outside world. Haha, precious treasures. There are indeed precious treasures here. Fuck, this garden is at least 7 kilometers long in all directions. There are herbs everywhere, and many of them look really old. If this garden was in our world, all superpowers would fight to the death for it. Swoosh swoosh. More and more people arrived and dashed toward the garden. After the first batch of youngsters came to the nether realm, more and more warriors came from all over. As long as they survived the netheral attack, many youngsters had the chance to come here and seek an opportunity. Michael had noticed all these warriors as well. Some of them were clearly injured, and it looked like they had experienced a dangerous situation back on the paths they had chosen. However, it seemed like the danger they faced was less devastating compared to Michael's. Also, there were some paths where no one emerged from. Clearly, those who stepped onto those paths had encountered great dangers, and perhaps they wouldn't even be able to leave that place. As for those warriors who didn't encounter any dangers, they had long ago emerged from the path, and were hanging around in the Sky Garden right now. Who knew how many benefits they had gotten so far? It took Michael several hours to reach this garden. Regardless of which path the people emerged from, they were faced with the biggest opportunity in their lifetime. This garden in the sky by itself was a gigantic treasure. Each and every single herb here would provide significant benefits to those who obtain it. Looking at all these herbs, Michael couldn't hold his excitement as a wide grin appeared on his face. Let's begin. Chapter 106. The eyes of the people turned red, and everyone was excitedly yelling and shouting. Haha, this tiger crest belongs to me. A youngster joyfully started laughing. He stretched his arm forward and tried to grab the herb. However, right before his palm could touch the herb, a light curtain suddenly appeared and stopped his hand. At the same time, he was forced 3 steps backward. Haha, idiot, all these herbs are protected by a defense mechanism. You won't be able to put your hands on them without breaking the mechanism first. All these newcomers are just idiots. Some people started laughing. Those who had arrived here first had discovered how it works. This is strange. Why are all these herbs protected by defense mechanisms? One of the youngsters near Michael glared at the herbs and wondered. Without it, do you think there would still be so many herbs here? Not to mention this is only a garden with a 7-kilometer circumference. Even a 70-kilometer circumference garden would be emptied in an instant if there were no defense mechanism. Every single herb here is protected by a defense mechanism, meaning we have to break the mechanism before we can get the herb. Also, according to the rarity of the herb, how many years it has grown, and its value, the strength of the defense mechanism will be different as well. For the herbs with a higher value than others and who are also old, their defense mechanisms will be more difficult to break. Michael heard someone explain how the mechanism works to the youngster, who raised the previous question. Indeed, Michael both saw many warriors restlessly working to break the defense mechanisms of those high-value herbs. One of the warriors stood in front of a diamond leaf, and his face had turned red. No matter how much strength he used, he just couldn't break its defense mechanism. Although everyone's eyes were on the rare and oldest herbs like tiger cress, Michael's eyes were on the other herbs that did not attract as many eyes as the tiger cress. Why is the host not fighting for the tiger cress? When the system realized that Michael is not walking towards tiger cress or any other precious herbs, the system asked in a curious voice. Because I didn't want to lose the chance of getting all these herbs fighting for one thing, as he said, he came before a herb called wolf pepper and reached out to grab the herb. 100 badass points to break the defense mechanism. A golden dome appeared around the herb and at the same time, he heard the system's voice in his head. 100 for wolf pepper? Sigh, he sighed and paid 100 badass points to break the shield to acquire the herb. Right after he paid the system, the golden dome dimmed and disappeared. Michael grabbed the herb while everyone was focused on tiger cress, and moved to the next one. The herbal garden had hundreds of rare herbs, but only a few of them had extremely tough defense mechanisms, and attracted the most eyes. Also, the people in the garden had already begun fighting for these rare herbs, ignoring the herbs that were less rare than herbs like tiger cress. Michael exploited this situation and grabbed all the herbs he could without attracting the eyes of the cultivators. The other reason Michael decided to go after these herbs was the rare herbs had people from powerful sects and families fighting for. The host should really hunt for more rare and precious herbs. And start a fight with most of the major powers in the continent? No thanks. Besides, I know what I'm doing. As a 5-star level alchemist, he knew everything there is to know about the surrounding herbs. For a normal cultivator, the tiger cress would help him, her breakthrough from the body refining stage to the body strengthening stage in one go after consuming the pill concocted using the tiger cress as the main ingredient. However, for Michael who uses experience points and badass points, herbs like tiger cress didn't matter too much. Also, these herbs would only have desirable medicinal quality if they matured for more than 1,000 years, and if not, their medicinal quality and worth would be subpar at best. Although Michael had the system, he still couldn't fast forward the time and grow a bunch of 1,000-year-old tiger cresses. Michael's sole intention was to get as many as the herbs he could and grow them in his herbal garden to make more varieties of pills and potions without making too many powerful enemies in the process. The herbs he was collecting could be easily grown in his herbal garden, and didn't need to mature for 1,000 years to get the most out of them. Nachiabaca, Sotter, Yadith, Coniaspi, Yugon, Autumn Licorice, Swamp Leaf, Star Cumin, Moon Oregano, Mountain Vanilla. While recalling the herbs he collected, he continued to collect more and more herbs. because of the size of the garden and Michael's quick work on the defense mechanisms. Many did not even notice him as they were busy trying to break the defense mechanisms on their own. The system urged Michael to steal precious herbs like tiger cress, hoping to make him piss off many powerful people, so it could reap the badass points from him by helping him in battle. He did the opposite of the system's intention, and didn't fight with anyone. Yet, it was not true for others, as he could see intense battles all over the garden for rare herbs like tiger cress or diamond leaf. Is that who I think it is? Yes, it's that ghost who won Heaven's Gate competition. And he's also a 5-star alchemist. Fuck. He looks younger than me. Why isn't he fighting for those rarest herbs? Many people who were from Bradford and Rivertown instantly recognized Michael and started chit-chatting. They all wondered why he was not fighting for the rarest herbs, but picking the ordinary herbs. Because of the rarest herbs, these people had forgotten that the herbs Michael was picking only became ordinary when they were compared to the rarest herbs. In the search for the rarest herbs, they were losing the chance of obtaining these ordinary herbs. My herbal garden is going to be awesome. The more herbs he picked, the more he felt excited. He continued to avoid battles and collect herbs. Although the garden was massive, with the help of Lightning Dash, he covered a lot of ground and obtained hundreds of herbs. While he was obtaining these herbs, he also avoided many groups who were fighting for some herbs, because the garden was so big and had thousands of herbs. There was no need for fighting. Michael's goal inside the Nether Realm was to collect as many treasures as he can without making too many enemies. He liked to grow stronger in shadows and only show his power when necessary until he became stronger than everyone else in this world. Now it's time for some money making. Oh, sounds fun. He grinned hearing Gaia's excited voice and walked towards the tiger cress, where a large group of people was fighting over it. Tiger cress belongs to Morningstar. We found it first. I don't see you or your sex name on the tiger cress. The tiger cress belongs to whoever breaks this defense mechanism. Yes, that's fair. All the major powers like Aragoth, the 3 big sects, and many prominent families in Elon continent were arguing over the tiger cress. I can break this defense mechanism. Suddenly the atmosphere became silent after Michael's voice reverberated the area. Everyone in the place turned their head and saw a black-robed youngster walking towards them with a small grin on his face. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you can break this defense mechanism? He's just an attention seeker. None of them thought Michael could break the defense mechanism and return to bitch about how to get their hands on the herb. You can stand here all day trying to break the spell, or let me do it for you. Michael spoke again, but this time, his voice was louder and serious. Humph, do you really think you can break this mechanism? A disciple from Aragoth asked arrogantly. Let's assume you can break this mechanism. Aren't you going to claim ownership of the herb? What if you can't break the mechanism as you said? They fired question after question at Michael as he just stood there with a smile. I know I can break the mechanism, and as for the ownership, I will sell the herb to the highest bidder. I will say this again, you can stand here all day trying to break the spell, or let me do it for you. Whoever has the most gold coins will get the herb. Everyone stared at the tiger cress and Michael for a few moments before the arrogant youngster from Aragoth spoke. All right, if you can do what you have said, you'll be richer when we return to the outside world. Michael knew this youngster was making a threat, but he didn't mind his tone because he's going to break this defense mechanism with the help of the system. Step aside, people. It's time to crack this baby open. Chapter 107. Many people, including the ones who were trying to break the defense mechanism, dropped what they were doing and quickly gathered around Michael and the tiger cress. Some of them wanted to see whether or not Michael could break the mechanism. Some of them wanted to witness the entertainment of Michael getting his ass kicked in case he couldn't break the mechanism. Michael noticed all the various expressions, and thinking about the badass points he's going to get, he turned his focus on the tiger claw-shaped fruit before him. System, break this baby open. You have to pay the system 500 badass points. Michael's expression was neutral, but inside, he was cursing the system for its arrogant tone. Take it and break it, he said to the system inside. Following his command, he closed his eyes and pretended to be drawing shapes above the herb. What is he doing? He better breaks this defense mechanism. Is that Ghost of Rivertown? Ghost? The 5-star alchemist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 300 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 100 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 300 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 100 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 200 badass points. People who went to the Majestic or from Rivertown recognized Michael when they saw him, and by hearing those people, many realized that the youngster in front of him was the famous 5-star alchemist of Breedia. Because of this recognition, he accumulated thousands of badass points in a flash without even actually breaking the mechanism or doing anything awesome. So he's that 5-star alchemist everyone was talking about? There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the disciples of Aragoth, including the one who talked to Michael before. Creak. Right at this moment, the surprise in everyone's eyes turned into shock as they saw cracks appear on the Golden Dome's surface around the tiger crest. What the fuck? The heck? How did he? What? How many of the people were speechless as the number of cracks on the dome multiplied before shattering into bits of golden light. While everyone was in shock, Michael grabbed the herb in one hand and conjured his alchemical flames on the other. What are you doing? Don't. The disciples of Aragoth were the first to respond as Michael said. As I said before, you have to pay me for this herb. If anyone tries to do anything funny, I will burn this tiger crest to ashes. By looking at the green flames in his hand and the seriousness in his eyes, they knew he wasn't kidding. After a few moments, the youngster from Aragoth stepped forward and this time, he wasn't as arrogant as before. We will honor our word. Aragoth will pay you 200,000 gold coins for this tiger crest. Morningstar will give you 300,000, 350,000, without even Michael stating the starting bid. The bidding war began between the rich youngsters. Golden Valley for 50,000, 550,000 gold coins, 600,000, 700,000 gold coins, plus we will hire you as our alchemist and pay you handsomely. Finally, the youngster from Aragoth raised his voice and placed his bid, and also he sweetened the pot by making another offer. Morn Dash sold. Before even the disciples of Morning Star could place the next bet, Michael sold the tiger crest to Aragoth. The Morning Star sect, and he didn't have a smooth relationship because of his enmity between him and Selena. Moreover, he would prefer to be on the good side of Aragoth's rather than on Morning Star's. After knowing the history between the Order of Death and the Guardians, Michael realized that he would need powerful people with him to fight a giant power like the Guardian Guild. Unlike Noah, who antagonized many powers in Breedia, Michael preferred to work in shadows while making fewer enemies as possible. Then with the help of the system and his planning, he would become stronger and build a faction strong enough to subdue all the sects and the major powers. In his path of world domination, he planned to make Aragoth his first ally through working with this youngster. Here you go. Michael tossed the herb at the youngster and then he reached out his hand. Ghost, happy to help Aragoth. Nathan Bradley of House Bradley. The youngster shook Michael's hand after giving a thought. Human, what the fuck is going on there? You sold what? Ignoring Gaia's frustrated shoutings in his ears, he smiled back at Nathan and shook his hand before turning his gaze towards the diamond leaf, which was another precious and rare herb in the garden. Why don't you give me one? 8 million gold coins for diamond leaf, oglio root, and cavern petal? Michael asked Nathan with a wide grin while others looked at him with vexed faces. 1 million and the alchemy product supply contract for the outer disciple section of Aragoth is yours. If you can handle it, that is deal compared to the 800,000 gold coins. What Nathan promised was valuable and helpful to Michael because by supplying potions and pills to Aragoth, he could earn 800,000 gold coins or more in a few months. Therefore, Michael agreed to this deal immediately and bore a wide grin on his face. Hey, I thought you're going to auction the herbs, not sell them to only Aragoth. These are not your herbs to sell. This is not fair. Because of Michael's sudden change of mind in his actions, many were riled up and began to express their objection. Life is not fair. The smile on Michael's face disappeared, and a serious look replaced his previous smile as everyone who tried to badmouth him instantly shut their traps. Now that we made the deal, let's go get you all the herbs I promised. Michael gestured to the disciples of Aragoth to follow him to the diamond leaf. Since many have tried to break the defense mechanism and ultimately failed to do so, they could only follow and watch Aragoth get their hands on every precious herb through Michael. Where did you learn to break defense spells? While they were approaching the diamond leaf, Nathan curiously asked Michael. I traveled a lot and picked up a few tricks along the way. Fortunately, Nathan didn't ask him to reveal or teach them the tricks. Just like its name, each leaf of diamond leaf herb glistened like a diamond. After consuming a pill or potion made using a diamond leaf, one can experience a sudden boost in their cultivation speed for an entire month or more depending on the alchemist's skill without polluting their body. Beat it. Noticing the few youngsters struggling with the defense mechanism, Nathan chased them away with the wave of his hand. Because of the sword symbol on Nathan's chest, they didn't dare to disobey his words as they sighed and ran away before glancing at the diamond leaf for one last time. You're a 5-star alchemist and you also seem to possess a talent for runes, so why did you join a sect like Sunrise? Nathan didn't even try to hide the disdain as he asked Michael. It's simple, if I'm a disciple of Aragoth, I'm just another talented disciple. But in Sunrise, I'm the only one and I can do whatever I like whenever I like, Michael answered with a smile and continued. I value my freedom above anything. That's why I turned down the Guardian Guild when they asked me to join as their trainee or whatever again. Nathan was taken aback by surprise and shock as he stared at Michael speechlessly for a few seconds. You did what? The others behind Nathan also felt a chill running through their spines, because being a guardian was the highest honor in this world. Yet he turned down that honor and merit. I said that I'm not interested to Peyton. Why? Until now, Nathan bore a proud and arrogant look on his face, but after hearing what he just said, his face showed only one expression, confusion. As I said, I value my freedom above anything. I don't enjoy following orders and being a good soldier. I heard someone from Aragoth tried to join the Guardians. Michael changed the topic to something else before Nathan asks too many questions about his actions. Like Michael wanted, when he asked this question, Nathan's expression changed drastically. Yes, his name is Loden Ockelson. He was brutally killed by that Noah and his lackey in the Red Summit. Aragoth will avenge Loden by killing both of them. Good luck with that, Michael snickered inside because he had a feeling that Noah is not only being protected by guardians, but also something or someone else. However, the more enemies Noah makes, the more allies Michael could have in the fight against him and the Guardian Guild in the future. For now, Michael focused his efforts on becoming stronger and rebuilding the Order of Death in silence rather than provoking all the major powers like Noah. As they were speaking, the system broke the defense mechanism around the diamond leaf, leaving everyone to think that Michael broke the mechanism. Here you go, Michael handed over the herb to Nathan and turned his gaze towards another herb. After taking the diamond leaf, Michael fastened his work before the nightfall approaches. He was able to see the people leaving the garden hastily. Looking at their actions, he realized that nightfall in the Nether Realm is not a joke, and left the garden after setting the meeting place with Nathan to get the coins. This trip to the garden alone was worthy of his time as he gathered hundreds of herbs, and earned a contract to supply pills and potions to one of the best sects in the continent, Aragoth. He couldn't wait to tell Gaia about all of this and surprise her. Chapter 108 Just as Michael was dashing towards a small cave, a bunch of Netherals was feasting on a group of youngsters in the distance. Their shrieks sent a chill running through many spines who saw this scene. Michael ignored this and dashed straight into the cave, wasting no time. However, before he completely dashes into the cave, he saw a familiar ice spike penetrating through the Netherals, saving some of the youngsters from being the appetizer for the Netherals. The cave was small and had just enough room for him. Yet this small cave was a sanctuary and a calm place to stay safe. Michael sat on the ground, and because of his full black clothes, he merged with the cave's darkness and one could not see him in the cave. This is mine. When he was just about to open the system storage and count the herbs he collected, he saw a rogue cultivator rushing towards the cave. Leave, Michael calmly said as the cultivator halted his steps suddenly and looked closely into the cave. Yet, instead of turning his back and leaving the cave, the cultivator decided to step in and chase the previous occupant, Michael. Wind blast whoosh. The moment he took another step towards Michael, A gust of wind sent the cultivator flung back like a kite without an anchor. Who the fuck dared to attack me? The cultivator who was attacked forgot about the approaching nightfall in anger and rushed towards the cave after picking himself up. Ghost. However, this time when the cultivator heard the voice from the cave, he felt a cold chill running through his spine. He then immediately lowered his sword and stood there shivering in fear. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 100 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 200 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 300 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 400 badass points. Forgive me, Master Ghost, I didn't. No, it was you. Don't kill me. Michael was surprised to see the cultivator dropping to his knees and starting to beg. He didn't expect a rogue cultivator like him to know his name. He just told his name, so someone from the river town or someone who knows him would recognize the name and stay out of the cave as well as want the others. However, this rogue cultivator recognized his name and even went to the lengths to beg, made Michael pleased because finally, his legend has started to spread across the land. Leave, he hid his joy and said with a serious voice. Thank you, Master Ghost. The rogue cultivator groveled and ran as fast as he could from Michael's sight. It feels so great to be feared at, he thought to himself, and deep down he craved for this feeling. Ever since he was little, he didn't root for heroes but rooted for the villains. This did not change even after he grew up. For example, his favorite characters were Sauron and Voldemort. His love for villains influenced him more than he realizes. Does the host fear Aragoth? Suddenly the system asked and surprised him. Why do you ask? He switched off the earpiece and asked the system. Because you could have taken all the herbs for yourself and showed that you're the boss, but instead, you gave all the precious herbs to Nathan and lost the chance of earning badass points. And also few powerful enemies. I'm not that guy, Noah. System. I know what you're trying to do. You want me to make more enemies and buy things from you to survive them. I don't know what you are and what your endgame is, but you should have known this by now. I'm not suicidal and you cannot make me do anything unless I want to, he calmly explained. The system stayed silent because it knew Michael isn't easy to manipulate as it first thought. Now that the system stayed silent, he was able to count the herbs and plan his next movements. Deep down, he was glad that Noah and his group did not come to the garden. And even though he wasn't afraid of Noah, he wanted to avoid the fight until he could gather enough information about Noah and the power behind him. Jish. What the? In a flash, the light outside disappeared like someone switched off the lights of the nether realm. There was no dusk as it turned dark without a sign. When I was young, my friend had an accord. I was kicked out without a record. I never thought I'd see that award. Ain't a soul alive that could take my friend's board. A cruel power is quite the shower. Thinking of death. Yes, thinking of death. When he switched on the earpiece, he was welcomed by Gaia's rap. I don't know who wrote this song, but I guess it's you. Michael laughed, and the moment she heard his voice, she stopped rapping. Where the fuck did you go? She was annoyed when he went radio silent, and he listened to her singing made her feel even more annoyed. You did the right thing. A contract with Aragoth is more valuable than those herbs. After he explained what he did in the garden, Gaia agreed with him and supported his decision. Just when he was about to reply, the environmental scanning detected a hostile activity nearby. Hello, is this thing broken again? KRK. Stop biting the earpiece. I'm sensing a netheral horde nearby. Is that normal in Nether Realm? Netheral horde? Weird. By hearing her tone, he could tell that it is not normal. He wanted to check what's going on outside, but at the same time, he didn't want to get killed because of his curiosity. They are marching towards somewhere, like soldiers. If the Netherals were moving chaotically, Michael would have felt this curious. They were marching towards somewhere like trained soldiers. Are you sure? Because the Netheral horde is not capable of marching like soldiers, said Gaia. For 1,000 badass points, the system can mask your scent and project you from getting detected by the Netherals. While he was stuck between curiosity and safety, he heard the system's voice. That's more like it. When it comes to situations like this, the system had perfect solutions. Considering he had no solution of his own, he decided to get whatever the system is selling, so he could check out where the netherals are heading. Just after 1,000 badass points disappeared from the stat menu, he felt a strange sensation in his body. The host is now ready to explore the nether realm without fearing the netherals. I have a way to find out what's going on here, he said and stood up to leave the cave, taking advantage of the darkness. Of course you do, you freak. I'm masking my scent using a special potion. Gaia believed him because she knew that the mysterious light and Ubra's soul blessed him with ancient knowledge which enables Michael to perform miracles like this one. He slowly stepped forward while checking whether anyone near him, and after confirming that no one would see him leave the cave, he left the cave. He didn't use the lightning dash as it might draw some unwanted attention, and because of his black clothes, he perfectly merged with the darkness and disappeared. While heading towards the netheral horde, he couldn't see the garden in the sky. It made him realize that after nightfall, the places which had treasures may not appear for him to loot. However, the purpose of this night visit was not looting, but to unveil the mystery behind the marching netheral horde. There they are. After walking in the direction of the netheral horde, Michael saw hundreds of netherals marching towards somewhere. Fortunately, what the system did worked and none of the netherals in the horde could detect him following them. What's happening there? Gaia asked in a husky voice. I will keep you posted, now stay silent, he said and continued to follow the netherals. Eventually, the netherals entered into a thick forest, but the uneven ground and obstacles were unable to slow down their marching speed. After entering the forest, Michael climbed up the trees and followed them by jumping from branch to branch using the Mark III grapple hook. And because of this height advantage, he noticed a bonfire at the distance. I bet these netherals are heading towards there, slightly increasing his speed. Michael moved towards the bonfire, but he was cautious not to make any sounds that could bring him unwanted attention. Ikis and Waznins Kawanks Neekstilsis Nefen. As he got closer to the bonfire, he began to hear someone chanting something in an unknown language. Is that an orc? When he got close enough, he saw a figure standing in front of a bonfire and sculptures made of bones. The figure looked just like one of the orcs from the movie Lord of the Rings, ugly and evil. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 109, An Orc with a Summoner Trait. Standing atop a branch, Michael scanned the orc and identified its trait. The orc wore ragged robes and the robes had mud and bloodstains on them. While the netheral horde was walking towards the orc, Michael kept looking around the place to see if there's anything or anyone stronger than him nearby. The orc was only at the body refining stage level 9, and the strongest netherals were only at the level body strengthening stage level 5. If he fought as Lucifer, no one in the body strengthening stage could survive the battle with him. And if he fought without using fear toxin or death range, only body strengthening stage level 9 and 10 could fight him head to head. However, now that he had enough experience points to reach the body strengthening stage level 3, no one in the body strengthening stage could win a fight against him after he reaches the body strengthening stage level 3. As he was watching the orc from above, he saw a small journal in the orc's hands and realized the orc is chanting the lines in the journal. Come my children, kneel before me. The orc's voice was rough and animalistic, just like in the movies. To Michael's surprise, the entire horde of netherals kneeled down. I did it. Ha 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 ha. The orc's mad laughter echoed through the silent hills and forest. In its eyes, Michael saw pride as well as anger. Father, brother, I'll avenge you. Soon, I'll plague the world with undead and kill every single one in the Guardian Guild. This day gets better and better. Seeing the orc could summon and control the netherals, Michael already planned to start a netheral farm, and hearing that the orc has a hatred towards the Guardians was like a cherry on top. System, can we take this orc outside without getting detected by the Guardians? By looking at the wounds on its body and what it just said, Michael figured out that the orc's life is in danger. He didn't give a damn about the orc's well-being, but if he could save the orc from the Guardians, he could use the orc to level up rapidly. Therefore, he wanted to stop the orc from doing anything stupid like going to war with the Guardians, and take orc to the Abyssal, where the orc could stay safe and summon netherals for him to kill. Plus, the Abyssal may be the safest place to summon netherals without getting detected by the Guardians. Of course, Michael would make sure they won't find out anything about his little secret activity in the dark forest with the help of the system. Oh, suddenly Michael detected another presence nearby, and it wasn't a netheral. When he turned in the presence's direction, He noticed a dark red-haired youngster rushing towards the bonfire with a long spear in his hand. Is that the guy who was with Noah before? Michael saw this youngster before when he dashed into the portal. He was with Noah and Alicia. An hour ago, inside a worn-out cabin, there was a group of youngsters sitting on the floor. Damn it, Noah. I told you we should look for treasures instead of that orc, Norvin. The golden Babaru curled up against Maisie's chest and complained. I heard Ghost and some disciples of Aragoth picked all the rarest herbs in the Sky Garden. Abel sighed thinking about those precious herbs and said, capturing that orc is our first priority, Abel. If we don't, there will be another Slyhaven massacre. Abel and the others didn't talk back after hearing Noah's serious voice while only Maisie looked confused. Big brother Noah, what's Slyhaven massacre? There was an awkward silence for a few moments before Alicia opened her mouth. Slyhaven was a village far away from Kethin. A few weeks ago, someone summoned netherils from this realm. Why? Asked Maisie before Alicia could finish her sentence. We don't know, but the Guardian suspects that the one who summoned them was practicing an evil ritual. The one who summoned picked two places and summoned the netherils, Rivertown in Breedia and Slyhaven in Kethin. Apparently Rivertown was just a distraction to keep the Guardians away from Slyhaven, Abel said, gritting his teeth. The netherils attacked the village and massacred every single one of them. When the Guardians and the Baron's men came, it was already too late. Just by hearing the story, Maisie felt sad for the villagers, and then, her little face reddened in anger towards the culprit who summoned the netherils. Did you get the vile creature who was responsible for their death? The ones who summoned the netherils were 3 orcs. Peyton and Zanali killed the 2 of them, but the last one escaped. We must capture the last orc and investigate it to know more about their plans. And how did they manage to summon the netherils from this realm to the outside world in the first place? Noah said, and before Maisie asked another question, he continued. Guardian Captain Gerard believes the 3rd orc somehow entered the nether realm. And since only body refining cultivators can enter here, we have to search and capture the orc before there's another massacre. Oh, that's what you were talking with him? Maisie said as Noah nodded. Big brother, you should have said this earlier. I will help you scour through this entire nether realm with you to find that orc. Maisie stood up as she put her hand on the chest and said. Noah smiled at the little girl. I know you will, Maisie. Big brother, what happened in Rivertown? After hearing about the Slyhaven, Maisie wanted to know what happened in Rivertown, because even though Abel said it was a distraction, she wanted to know what happened to the netherils that went to Rivertown. They were all killed by Ghost, Abel answered Maisie as Alicia scowled when she noticed a tinge of admiration in Abel's eyes. He did not kill all of them, he just stupidly started a fight with netherils without thinking about the people in Rivertown, or waiting for the Guardians to arrive. Do not admire him, Abel, he's a selfish bastard. You saw what he did to that man who tried to take shelter in the cave. Alicia spoke with a cold look on her face. That's not what the Rivertown people think of him. They say he saved him from the netheril attack. And also, I don't admire him, I just wish he doesn't turn up to be another bad guy. The world has enough bad guys as it is. I don't know he's bad or not, but he's definitely not a good person. Stop it, Alicia. What did he do to you? You're just jealous that he's better than your sweetheart. The golden Babaru let out an evil grin and teased Alicia. Shut up, monkey. I'm sure Big Brother Noah can kick his ass any day, Maisie proudly said as everyone turned their gaze at Noah to hear his answer. I honestly don't know, after seeing him kill a group of youngsters on the Phoenix Island, and how he vanished after facing Julius, Noah wasn't sure that he could defeat him. Deep down, Noah knew he's a better swordsman than him yet. Noah also knew that it's only temporary as Ghost doesn't have what he does. You're just playing with me, Big Brother. I know you can beat him. Hell, if I get the chance, I'll show him who's the boss. After the fight with the Lane family and the pills and potions gifted to her by Noah, she was able to reach the body refining stage level 8 in a matter of days. Coupled with her cultivation level and her innate ability, she was damn confident that she could face any body refining stage cultivators except Noah and Alicia. In her eyes, only Noah and Alicia were powerful, and people like Ghost are just overrated. Noah just smiled and didn't answer Maisie as he was thinking about the orc. His train of thoughts was stopped when he saw Abel stand up to leave the cabin. What are you up to? Asked the golden Babaru. Did you forget what I said to you before? He said and showed his wrist to the monkey. On his forearm, There was a star-shaped mark, and in the darkness, it glistened. "This is the mark of God. No netheril or any evil forces can sense my presence. But let him go, Alicia. This is the reason I brought Abel here. Only he can go search all the caves and shelters for that orc." Noah interrupted Alicia. At first, they worried about Abel's safety, but after Noah explained the effects of the mark, they agreed to let Abel go outside. "If you face any trouble that you can handle, use this." Noah tossed Abel a circle talisman. "A long-range teleporter talisman? Where did you get this?" Looking at the glistening talisman in his hand, Abel asked in surprise. "Sonali, now go find the orc so we can focus on finding treasures." Noah waved him off as Abel left the cabin to search for the orc. At this moment, Abel did not know that the orc is not the only one he's going to find. Chapter 110. Abel was roaming around and searching the shelters when he saw a horde of netherils marching into the forest. Because of the mark on his forearm, he was fearless of the netherils and followed them behind to see where they were going. The orc's laughter didn't help it, but revealed its location to Abel. Standing on top of a branch and hiding within the darkness, Michael noticed Abel approaching the orc with his spear raised. The distance between the orc and Abel rapidly decreased, but the orc had no idea of the upcoming danger. "What's on his forearm?" Michael frowned, looking at light radiating from Abel's forearm. In a few moments, Abel leaped out of the darkness and landed near the bonfire, startling the orc. "Who?" The orc stumbled back in shock, and before it could order the netherils to attack the intruder, Abel's spear tip glowed and let out golden rays of light. Holy blast! The rays of light transformed into a small orb and dashed at the orc, who was still trying to stand on its feet. Boom! However, just as the orc was struggling to stand up, the light orb Abel sent blasted the orc and nailed it onto the tree behind. "You will pay for all the lives you took, you filthy miscreant." Abel's eyes were filled with rage. He was doing his best to control his anger and killing the orc on the spot. The golden light soon wrapped around the orc's mouth as well as its body, leaving the orc with no room to wiggle or even move its finger. "I'll take care of these later, but for now, you're coming with me." Although the orc was at body refining stage level 9, and Abel was at only level 8, the wounded the orc suffered weakened it to great extent. Coupled with Abel's attack speed and surprise entrance, he was able to capture the orc without much trouble. Abel looked at the orc struggling to move, but it could only move its eyes. Those eyes were filled with shock and fury. If looks could kill, Abel would have died 1,000 times. Ironically, even with the army of netherils in its control, the orc couldn't save itself from getting captured. It desperately tried to open its mouth and gave an order to the netherils in front of it, as without its order, the netherils literally wouldn't do anything. Suddenly Abel noticed the change in the orc's eyes. Previously they were radiation, anger and shock, but now, they were wide and filled with immense terror. He saw the orc wildly wiggling its body to escape, as Abel could tell the orc's gaze is not on him, but on something behind him. Puff! Just as Abel was about to turn back, the bonfire doused out as the surrounding turned pitch black. What? In the darkness, Abel saw a pair of red eyes looking at him. With no control over his body, he began to shiver and feel overwhelming fear. "Leave, the orc is mine." Abel's heart skipped a beat when he heard the unearthly voice and stumbled back. His meditation to keep himself calm despite the situation started to fail him, as he couldn't stop being afraid of the red eyes before him. Nonetheless, Abel mustered all of his courage to fight his fear and screamed. Soon, the tip of the spear glowed again, and in the light, he vaguely saw the red eye's face. The orc shook its body and fought to escape the light shackles. The skinless face, red eyes, and ghostly voice freaked out the orc and wanted to escape before the red eyes changed their focus towards it. Thud, thud, thud. Because of Abel's lack of concentration on the shackles around the orc, they became slightly weaker and gave enough room for the orc to smash its head against the tree. Michael, who was in his Lucifer form, was surprised to see Abel fighting the fear toxin's effects. Michael gave Abel the chance to escape, but if Abel decided to fight, he had no problem killing Abel. "The orc is whoosh." Michael's words were abruptly stopped by Abel's spear throw. Abel was fast, but Michael was faster. When the spear was just an inch away from him, he caught the spear. "So you've chosen death." Abel's eyes went wide in shock looking at the spear helplessly vibrate in Michael's hand. He tried to summon the spear back to him with all his remaining courage, but the spear couldn't escape the clutches of Lucifer. "Who are you?" Abel asked while trying to crawl back in fear. He tried to see the red eye's cultivation level but shockingly he was unable to. Death range. Michael knew people like Abel would have something up their sleeve, so he instantly activated the death range which would make him 35% stronger and faster inside the range. Right after he activated the skill, Michael overpowered the spear completely as the spear stopped trembling. Looking at his weapon surrender itself, Abel knew he couldn't fight the being in front of him. While fighting against the overwhelming fear in his heart with his last bit of courage, he tried to take out the teleportation talisman that Noah gave him. "No, you don't." Michael was glad he activated the death range when he saw Abel take out something. Thanks to the death range and the speed boost, he was quick enough to prevent Abel from using the item by throwing the spear at Abel. Pulch. The spear soared through the darkness and struck Abel on his shoulder. The teleportation scroll slipped away from Abel's fingers as Michael dashed at Abel to finish the job before he could use something else or Noah and his group arrive. "Noah. Will. Come. Pulch." Before Abel could finish what he was about to say, Michael took out the spear from Abel's shoulder and stabbed him through the chest. Cough. Abel coughed out blood as Michael stabbed him again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 8,000 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the ally of a powerful foe. The reward is an epic mystery box. Thud. After Abel died, the light shackles that wrapped around the orc disappeared, making the orc fall down to the ground. Michael gave no time for the orc to act as he dashed at the orc and lifted the orc by its neck. Order them to devour his body. With the help of arch energy, Michael controlled the amount of fear toxin radiating from his suit of armor, and let the orc inhale just as much as he wanted it to without killing the orc. The orc could barely breathe as it slowly nodded with difficulty. "Eat him." The very next moment the orc uttered these two words, the netherals came back to life again and swarmed around Abel's body like a pack of hungry vultures around a lump of juicy meat. In mere seconds, they chewed through Abel's body and even ate most of his bones. Looking at the few reading bones of Abel, Michael didn't regret his decision to kill Abel a bit because he gave Abel the chance to escape, but it was he who chose to fight and ultimately die. He then turned his gaze back to the orc. "You can either die here with him or come with me to live, your choice. Don't kill me." The orc could barely speak these words, and after grinning behind the skull mask, he activated the lightning dash and disappeared from the area, taking the orc with him. Michael didn't stop running until he put a few miles distance from where he killed Abel. He also didn't forget to store Abel's spear in the system store before scanning the spear for any hidden traps. As far as he was concerned, he didn't leave any evidence that could identify him as Abel's killer. Soon, the gates to the nether realm would close, and after that, the name Abel would be lost in the time. Michael stopped at a place where he was sure that there's no one around them. He and the orc reached a deserted cabin in the middle of the forest. Thud. Michael threw the orc onto the wall and watched it stand up with difficulty. He stopped using the fear toxin on the orc and let it breathe the fresh air for a change. "What are you?" the orc asked and stood on the corner still shivering in pain. "You don't need to know that just yet." He wanted to know more about the orc before revealing his identity. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his identity as Ghost. You summoned those netherals to attack Rivertown by connecting the dots of controlling the netherals, the orc's summoner trait, and the wounds on its body. He guessed the orc might be the sorcerer who was chased by Selena and Alex. "You lie, you die," Michael warned the orc before it could spin a web of lies. The orc stood on the corner swallowing the saliva in terror, as it even avoided looking directly into his red eyes. "I just helped my father and brother." The orc surprised Michael with this answer, and by looking into its eyes, he could tell that the orc wasn't lying. "Tell me everything." Chapter 111. For the last couple of minutes, the orc told everything Michael needed to know. According to the orc, he was named Dalar, and he belonged to a long line of summoners, a faction called Death Wakers. The orc said his father and brothers were the ones who summoned the netherals, but he also said they did that as an experiment and not to attack anyone. Obviously, Michael was not a fool to believe the last part, yet he chose not to cross-question the orc, because he didn't bring the orc here to punish him, but used the orc to level up quickly. As for the enmity between the orc and the Guardians, the matter was simple. The Guardians chased and killed Dalar's father and brother, as well as all their family including little orcs. Dalar said he was learning summoning from his father and brother to build a kingdom unifying all the orc villages that were scattered throughout the continent. He somewhat believed Dalar because he did see Dalar let out mad laughter after summoning the Netherils, showing Michael that it was Dalar's first time summoning Netherils. Besides, if Dalar was an expert in summoning Netherils, he would have summoned stronger Netherils. In his path to world domination, he knew the Guardians would stand against him. Therefore a fight with the Guardians was inevitable, and if Dalar could help him in the fight, he would let Dalar live to serve him as his subordinate. You can't win the fight against the Guardians, you almost died back there, and he was only a friend of a trainee Guardian. Now tell me, Dalar, do you really think you have the chance against the Guardian Guild? Despite their look, Orc was generally an intelligent race, so Dalar could understand the power gap between him and the Guardians. Now that the entire Guardian Guild was searching for him, Dalar realized that he needed someone powerful enough to protect him, and the being in front of him looked more terrifying than any Guardian he had met. Serve me well and you'll not only get to see the Guardians destroyed but also get a kingdom for your race. There was a glint of surprise hidden within Dalar's eyes, but also doubt and suspicion. Will you serve me as my subordinate? Asked Michael. Considering he couldn't threaten the orc to be his subordinate, he had to offer Dalar something and make him agree to be his subordinate willingly. Warning! 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 System. Error. Omega. Threat. However, the next moment, Michael's vision completely turned red, and the system was screaming inside his mind. He instantly opened the system, and saw the multiple warnings in the interface. System, what's happening? His heart was beating rapidly because without the system, his plans and path to domination would take a huge hit. Need 1,000 points. To system. Reboot. Take it, he didn't think the system was faking it, but it sounded like screaming in pain. Soon after he gave permission to the system, his vision turned blank and the system's interface faded away from his sight. System back online. A few seconds after, the familiar system interface appeared before him, and only then he heaved a sigh of relief. What the heck was that? System level is too low to answer the host's question. System recommends the host not to make Dalar his subordinate. Why? System level is too low to answer the host's question. Weird, the system's behavior puzzled him. Dalar was indeed a powerful ally, but he wasn't worth the trouble if making him a subordinate would mess up the system. Although Michael wouldn't be able to see Dalar's loyalty if he didn't make him Dalar his subordinate through the system, he didn't require Dalar's utmost loyalty to use Dalar's summoning ability. However, unlike Gaia, he had to keep Dalar under his sight all day to make sure the orc doesn't plan anything on his own to rebel or betray him. For that, Michael decided to keep him locked up in the abyssal and keep him under surveillance. I will, my lord. When Michael closed the system, he saw Dalar stepping forward and kneeling down in front of him. Very good, as he said, Michael bought a syringe and stabbed Dalar in his neck. What dash? You said you opened up a secret portal to come here. Open up the portal again, and go to the dark forest border. You'll meet my second in command and she will give you the antidote, or you'll die in 6 hours. Dalar stumbled back again, and felt a cold chill running through his spine. Do you have a problem? Michael released a small amount of fear toxin to subjugate Dalar, and as he planned, Dalar shook his head up and down rapidly after inhaling the fear toxin. No. No problem. My lord, Michael very well knew that if Dalar's loyalty is due to fear, it's not loyalty but fear disguised as loyalty. Yet for now, Dalar's fear of him would work in his favor. Now leave, he ordered Dalar when he noticed the cultivation masking function had only a few minutes left before it stopped working and revealed his cultivation level. Therefore, Michael urged Dalar to leave his sight because he didn't want to reveal his cultivation level to Dalar. Yes, my lord, because Orc had natural healing ability. The wounds he suffered almost disappeared and Michael did not need to give him a healing potion. Dalar picked himself up and quickly ran away from the cabin to open up the portal, and reach the dark forest before he dies. After he saw Delar disappear from his environmental scanning, Michael also left the cabin and dashed towards the cave. On his way to the cave, he transformed from Lucifer to Ghost. The night was still dark and silent when he reached his cave. Inside the cave, Michael instantly opened the system and bought another set of suit of armor for Gaia. The armor was exactly like his Lucifer armor, except he asked the system to change the armor to fit her body. He also bought another black mask for her to hide her face. Due to the changes to the armor, he paid extra 1,000 badass points, but it was worth the points and he couldn't wait to see Gaia in her new suit of armor. After he told Gaia what happened to Abel and everything about the orc, he opened up the system to see his current stats as well as to see what the mystery box contained which he received after killing Abel. System version 2.0 host, Michael cultivation level, body refining stage, level 10 experience points, 180000/200000, 960,000 experience points remaining to be consumed, badass points, 26,000 skills and spells. Wind Blast, LVL2 Responsive Shield, LVL3 Environment Scanning, LVL2 Ignitia, LVL2 Lightning Dash, LVL2 Energy Devour, LVL1 Death Range, LVL2 Techniques, Swords of Destiny, 86% Mastery Occupation. Core Disciple of Sunrise Sect, the Guardian of Sunrise Sect, Lord Lucifer of the Abyssal Status. Healthy Goals: Control the world, rebuild the Order of Death. Utility function: Banker LVL2 ratio, 1,000 gold coins, 5 badass points. Wealth, 685,000 gold. Special trait: 5-star Alchemist subordinates. Gaia loyalty level 95%. Base of operation: Sunrise Sect. The Abyssal System. Open that mystery box. He was excited because the system's gift box would have something extremely valuable or useful to him. This time he wanted a legendary weapon or a new spell. Soon, a grayish box appeared in front of him and trembled before it exploded into millions of tiny pieces, leaving Michael stunned. Huh? Where are my rewards? However, soon he saw a white spot on his environmental scanning map, just like the time when the system marked the Book of Abyssal during the Phoenix Manor auction fair. Surprisingly, the location was not out there in the outside world but the Nether Realm. A point of interest, I wonder what I would find there. Oh, speaking of locations, the system, can you scan the Nether Realm and reveal me the treasures in here? System level is too low to scan the Nether Realm, but the system can tell you that treasures wouldn't appear during the night time. Bad luck, I was planning to steal all the treasures overnight. Michael sighed, thinking that his plan won't work, but still, his unlimited system storage space gave him the absolute advantage over everyone. System: after I killed that guy in the forest, you said I killed an ally of a powerful foe. By a powerful foe, did you mean Noah? System level is too low to answer the host's question. Oh, come on. Can you at least tell me yes or no? The system went radio silent hearing the question, and Michael could only sigh and hope to receive an answer after he upgrades the system to the next level. For now, he decided to let the matter rest as he wanted to go check out the location that the system gave him as a gift. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Noah and his friends were waiting for Abel to return, but they did not know that Abel had just left this world. By killing Abel, Michael started the Age of Darkness as the Dark Lord. How far would Michael go in the path of darkness to achieve his goals? How many innocents is he going to kill in the process of becoming the ultimate overlord of this world? Chapter 112. Stop it, stop it! That is mine! Maisie shouted out loudly and lashed out of the thick forest into a lush grassland. At the same time, a sound echoed from the front. The sound was coming from a puppy that was injured as it limped while it ran. A group of youngsters was chasing after the puppy and Maisie and Alicia were chasing behind them. However, those youngsters completely ignored Maisie. Instead, a pair of archers turned around and faced Maisie as they knocked their bows and released several arrows towards her and Alicia, all the while maintaining an eye on the puppy. Shoo! At the same time, a pair of cold steel arrows darted in the air and made a whooshing sound as it soared threateningly towards both girls. Shit! Where did these bloody thieves come from? I'll kill you all! Maisie was enraged. Alicia knew she couldn't control this little girl as she decided to let Maisie deal with these guys. Besides, She was more concerned about Abel and Noah, who went to search for him. Tightening her fist, she leaped into the air and she charged towards the pair of archers. Their faces turned serious as they retreated hurriedly. At the same time, they shouted out to their accomplices, "Kill them first before we decide what to do with that." The few of them listened to the instructions and hurriedly turned to Maisie in an utter surprise of his skills. A man held onto a sharp spear as he cast a glance at Maisie and Alicia and spoke out in shock. "What the heck? That kid's a body refining level 8. Let's just kill the kid and her friend, and get the real prize." Boom! 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 The pair of male archers and Maisie exchanged several blows. Their faces were grave as they spoke out in fear. "Don't underestimate her. She's strong as fuck. Luckily, we managed to dodge her blows just by an inch. If not, we would have been fucked." Oh? The three of them listened to his words and cast their gaze at Maisie. Looking at all their gazes turned towards Maisie, Alicia frowned because, among the group who were chasing after the puppy, 5 of them were body refining stage level 9. The pair of archers were in the 8th level of the body refining stage. The rest of them were level 8 body refining stage cultivators. Their combined number was 20 in Maisie, and she had no chance of surviving the battle without Noah with them. Initially, only Maisie and she were chasing the puppy, but because of the disciples from the Broad River sect who couldn't keep their mouths shut, many rogue cultivators joined the fight for the puppy. "You go after our prize and we'll deal with them." After giving the order, the rest of the group blocked Maisie and Alicia's path. Maisie's face turned red in anger as she kicked the ground and spoke out loud. "I was the one who found it first. The rest of you started chasing it without saying anything and wanted to steal it from me. Run away before I'll break all your bones." All of them listened to the little kid speak and paused for a second before bursting out into intense laughter. "Break our bones? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. You two seem to be one of those freaks of nature. We get it, but look how many of us are here. You can't win this fight. It was us who saw it first, and it was you two who's trying to steal it from us. Besides, so what if you saw it first? This is Nether Realm, not your house. Even if you came from a big and powerful family, you are nothing but a chicken waiting to be slaughtered here." Alicia tried to stop Maisie before she does something rashly, but the little girl was too cocky. "Fine, we'll do this the hard way then. Do you wish to battle us alone or together? I suggest all of you attack together so that I could go and break your underling's hands before he puts his dirty hands on my pet." The group paused again in shock at her big words. Their mouths were wide open like fools before they burst out in laughter again. "Haha. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? Did this kid ask us to attack them all together?" Kid, please don't assume that just because you've reached the body refining stage at this young age, you are unrivaled in this world. You should have taught that kid to keep her mouth shut, girl. People who think too highly of themselves will always meet their dooms sooner rather than later. Clearly, your time to die isn't very far away." As they finished speaking, the few of them had mocking looks on their faces as it turned to cold laughter as they began their assault. Maisie's eyes squinted as she laughed coldly as well. "Don't worry, my death date is still very far away. However, for the rest of you, you already have one foot into the realm of the dead." Alicia knew it was too late to back off as she prepared to fight off them, and hoped Noah would come to their rescue. At this moment, she missed having Noah's pills and potions to boost their power level. "Haha. What a sharp tongue you have. What an ignorant fool. Kill them." "Good." The man and woman duo acknowledged before casting their spells. Their flying swords flew up into the sky and circled around their heads before conjuring a flaming ring that hovered just above them. They both pointed towards Maisie and Alicia in unison. The pair of archers took several steps back in order to gain some distance. They summoned their arch energy to their hands and prepared to fire arrows. Boom! Just as the two sides about to clash, a body came back flying while spurting out blood all over them. The body collided heavily with a boulder, some distance away, and the collision force left deep cracks onto the boulder. The sudden appearance of the body caused the ring of fire to disperse. Everyone, including Alicia and Maisie, stared at the headless body as one of the arches screamed out in horror. "It's Bowen!" Ghost. While the group was staring at the body, Alicia looked up to see Michael walking towards them. She also saw Maisie's pet sitting comfortably on his shoulder. Soon, one by one, everyone turned their gaze away from the body and noticed Michael. The man wielding the spear had an ashen look as he cast a glance towards Michael. His face showed both fear and shock. "Did you kill him?" The pair of them spoke out furiously through gritted teeth as they nocked another arrow. Michael's face was bright as a day because he had found it, a little baby dragon. Yes, the puppy they were chasing was not a puppy but an actual baby dragon. Only Maisie and few others recognized it as a baby dragon while many others thought of it as a rare magical beast cub. When Michael reached the system-marked location, he saw the baby dragon crying for help from the clutches of Bowen. The next and the last thing Bowen saw was just a flash of light before his head was separated from his shoulders. Michael then gently picked up the dragon and saw the wounds on its body. He immediately gave the baby dragon the healing potion and even gently poured it into its mouth. The baby dragon didn't feel any ill intentions from him, and after he cured its pain and made it feel safe, the baby dragon licked his face and wrapped its tail around his neck. Besides, he bought a piece of meat that the system recommended to him, and fed the baby dragon on his way to kill everyone who tried to harm his dragon. Surprisingly more than the healing potion, it was this piece of meat that made the baby dragon love him so much in an instant. "That's mine." Michael suddenly heard a childish voice and looked down to see a little girl raising her fist. Only then he saw Alicia, and although he didn't show any expression on his face, he was surprised to see Alicia. "Let me guess, another heaven-defying genius friend of Noah." Michael sighed inside as the archers shouted at him again. "Answer the question. Did you kill him?" "Are you stupid?" "Of course I did," Michael mocked the archers. His answer and the way he answered pissed off the entire group as the archers released the arrows. However, even before the arrows could reach him, they saw him disappear from their sight. Every one of them froze in shock, and in a blink of an eye, they heard a sword-slashing sound, and the ones who stood beside the archers felt a hot splash of blood hit their faces. Pooh, pooh. The pair of archers fell to the ground as their heads rolled off their bodies. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 6,000 experience points and 800 badass points. The next moment, he returned to the place where he stood before killing the archers. "You're dead meat. You dare to kill my Broad River sect brothers. You're finished." The man wielding the spear stopped in his tracks and glared at Michael in rage. "Blood River sect. Holy shit, I'm lucky. I was searching for you guys." Chapter 113. Why was he searching for them? Everyone was thrown into a moment of confusion as they looked at each other. Indeed, nobody knew the meaning of his words. Only the man who was wielding the spear glared coldly at Michael and had a faint cold smile on his face. "Searching for us? Well, you drew out attention in a most stupid way." The minute he spoke out, everyone paused to listen before they started to react. "He killed Bowen. What are we waiting for? Damn it, that's our baby dragon. Catch him. Let's show him what would happen to those who mess with the Broad River." In that instant, even without their leader to instruct them, the Broad River sect disciples rushed towards Michael with faces of evident rage. "Stop." However, their steps were halted by Michael's voice, and although he spoke quietly, the arch energy made his voice sound loud. "What?" the spear-wielding man and the archers asked Michael, while Alicia looked at him curiously to see why he asked them to stop. "Why did you scream die before attacking?" All of them were stunned hearing Michael's question, including Alicia and Maisie. Initially, Alicia thought he's going to talk this out because she didn't think he could kill all of them by himself. As far as she was concerned, only Noah could kill them without anyone's help. The Broad River disciples and their lackeys stared at him for a few seconds before gritting their teeth in anger, because they thought he was mocking them. "Die. What did I just ask you?" They screamed die again and surprised Michael as he sighed. Diddle diddle. Just like before, his body disappeared from their sight in a form of a flash of lightning. Who is he? Although he's a body refining stage level 10, he can't beat all of them. He seemed familiar. Meanwhile, those who were watching the scene from the distance wondered. Some of them watched the scene with gaping mouths as Michael transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged straight towards the Broad River sect disciples fearlessly. "We are so little." For a few seconds, Alicia and the others heard slashing sounds and saw the bolt of the lightning dash around the disciples before witnessing Michael return to his previous position. The spear-wielding man and the few others saw their friends stand in their running posture like statues, and before they could realize what just happened, their bodies fell apart from within. Uwhack. Shit. Ah! Looking at the organs and chunks of body parts, some of the onlookers threw up on the spot while some looked pale. They didn't see Michael swing his sword, but they all now realized that he cut them like a piece of meat, and he was too fast to see his motions. Just one move was able to do this? He had killed 10 Broad River sect disciples in a few seconds, and they were all level 9 body refining stage cultivators. How was this possible? The remaining Broad River sect members were shocked as their mouths were opened wide in fear. The way they looked at Michael took a tremendous change. Their arrogant facial expressions gave way to that of fear, as though they were looking at a strange beast. Alicia was shaken as well. She gawked at him, her mouth was slightly opened in surprise and shock. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 9 cultivator. The reward is 7,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 9 cultivator. The reward is 7,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 9 cultivator. The reward is 7,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 9 cultivator. The reward is 7,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 9 cultivator. The reward is 7,000 experience points and 800 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a body refining stage level 9 cultivator. The reward is 7,000 experience points and 800 badass points. There were continuous beeps that echoed in his head, and they continued to ring without stopping for a couple of seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 500 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 2,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 300 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 500 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 3,000 badass points. His unconsumed experience points reached almost 1 million points, which would let him break through to the body strengthening stage level 3 in one go. Also, his badass points were nearing the amount 40,000 after everyone, including Alicia and Maisie. Are you alright, baby dragon? He would have killed them all in one go, but he stopped using lightning dash as the baby dragon was not very familiar with the feeling of being moving that fast. Its little face already seemed slightly green, and Michael feared that it would barf on him. He already realized that the baby dragon could understand the human tongue, and after hearing his question, it tried to say something, but only the hoo-hoo sound came out of its mouth. What happened to your smug faces? Don't like being bullied? Looking at the Broad River disciples who had now lost their fighting courage, Michael snickered. Those who were watching the scene had looks of fear and surprise etched across their faces. They were standing still from shock and didn't move an inch. Diddle, with a devilish grin on his face, he stepped forward instead of using the lightning dash. With each step he took forward, the remaining group of Broad River sect cultivators took a step back unconsciously due to fear. Diddle, at the very last moment, the group of Broad River sect disciples regained their senses and started conjuring different spells in a bid to defend themselves, but were still scared stiff. We are so little, regardless of whatever spells or skills they cast, they couldn't touch Michael through his responsive shield. After their futile attempts to defend themselves were made apparent, they stared right at the silver sword as it descended down upon their faces. At the next moment, everything turned black as they bade farewell to this world. To the future Dark Lord, all these attempts to defend themselves were pointless. The onlookers stared at him wide-eyed, completely astonished and somewhat fearful. Why is he this powerful? Who the heck is he? He must be using some epic to defend himself from their attack. Also, did you see the spell he used before? I couldn't even see him. He mumbled something before attacking. That must have been the reason for his power. Alicia's face showed a gloomy expression looking at Maisie and the reason she came into the nether realm, the baby dragon. Now the chance of her getting the baby dragon seemed much less possible. Even Noah wouldn't fight him for the baby dragon because it didn't belong to Maisie, but she only found it first. She could see the baby dragon had already started to feel safe around him and thinking of him as its friend. Meanwhile, Michael was killing the rest of the Broad River sect happily as well. The system was repeatedly beeping in his mind, informing him of the rewards he had received. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 500 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 500 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 500 badass points. Plop. At the very end, Michael slapped the last one standing, the one who was wielding the spear. He then stood in the middle of the wreckage of dozens of bodies and grabbed the man by his neck and lifted him up. He then shouted out loudly, "What's your name?" The man struggled to breathe and barely managed to say his name. Ender. I need you to deliver this message to your sect master. Ghost of Sunrise Sect asked him to come to Sunrise Sect the next moment he hears this from you, or the next day. There won't be a Broad River Sect. He threatened Sander and shocked everyone around him. In his mind, he had plans for this Broad River Sect. Ghost. Sander hesitated for a moment as he searched his memories before realizing he had heard this name before. His eyes went wide and then slowly asked, "What's your feud with us? Seriously? Do you think I don't know your history of bullying my sect whenever you get the chance? The time of bullying my sect is over. From now on, it will be us who do the bullying." Michael chuckled while saying the latter part. Sander felt an ache in his chest as he nodded and wanted to escape with his head attached to his shoulder. Alicia and Maisie were trying to keep their mouths closed, but had weird expressions on their faces. Unlike Abel believed, after they heard what he just said, they realized that he's not any different than an arrogant young master. Alicia thought that even if the Broad River sect had bullied the Sunrise sect before, killing them brutally like this and threatening to end their sect didn't go well with her. Now run along, he patted Sander on the cheek playfully and threw him away. Sander felt extremely relieved, and didn't even take his spear from the ground as he ran as fast as he could from the sights of Michael. Hoo-hoo. The baby looked happy to see him run away as it affectionately licked Michael's face. In Maisie's mind, the baby dragon was her, and seeing it play with Michael made her little face turn red in anger. And just as he was about to turn and leave, Maisie stepped forward and raised her voice at Michael. "Stop right there." Chapter 114. Michael was surprised at the little girl, and turned to face her. She was nearly Cindy's age, but in his eyes, this little girl was nowhere near Cindy as she seemed extremely arrogant and tyrannical. "It's mine." Even though there was no need to raise her voice to reach him, she shouted in a domineering way. For a moment, he stared at Alicia and hoped she would warn this little girl, yet Alicia did nothing. He kept staring at the little girl, and didn't speak a word as she stepped forward and pointed her finger at the baby dragon. "That baby dragon belongs to me, Maisie Cooper." Alicia almost forgot how domineering this little girl could be. They didn't see this side of Maisie because when Noah was around, Maisie would behave like an obedient kitten. Alicia would have advised Maisie to back off, but she knew how much Maisie loved to have a dragon as her pet, and no matter what she would say, the little girl would not back off and let go of the baby dragon. Therefore, Alicia decided to back Maisie, and if push comes to shove, she would fight Ghost until Noah and Abel arrive. Oh. On the other side, Maisie saw him gently grab the baby dragon and search its body for something. Hoo-hoo, the baby dragon giggled as it felt ticklish when he lifted its wings and examined its body. Maisie and Alicia frowned watching him before he placed the baby dragon on his shoulder again and looked at Maisie. "Nope, can't find your name on it." Many who assumed the entertainment was over now started to believe that the real entertainment has just begun. Many chuckled inside hearing his answer, and Maisie's face turned redder in anger. He's really not putting the little girl in his eyes. The little girl is crazy. He just massacred a group in front of her eyes and she still dared to raise her voice at him. She's either too stupid or belongs to a big power. Let's just wait and see, the onlookers murmured, looking at him and Maisie. Give me my dragon before I make you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Maisie palmed her fist and looked like she was ready to fight for the baby dragon, which only made Michael chuckle. You should be afraid of me if you think you can take the baby dragon from me. He didn't raise any killing intent or looked cold, but said with a calm face. Bing. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 800 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 300 badass points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being a badass. The reward is 200 badass points. The system suggests the host challenge Maisie and get the Ring of Fire. He ignored the badass points notifications, but when he heard the last notification from the system, he momentarily opened the system and read it again to make sure he heard right. Ring of Fire? Is it a legendary class spell? His eyes glistened in excitement as he saw a blue description box appear in front of his eyes. Spell name, Ring of Fire effect. Creates a shockwave of flames and a ring of fire around the caster for a short amount of time. Upgradable. Upgradable through mentor function current level. Rare. The spells from the system had no current level stat, and unlike the system bot spell, he wouldn't be able to unleash the maximum potential of the spell right out of the bat. But he had to pay badass points as well as practice or use the spell more often to unleash the spell's maximum potential. Although Michael preferred not to hurt a little girl like Maisie, it didn't mean that he won't teach her a lesson and in the process, get the Ring of Fire from her by exploiting her arrogance and her yearning for the baby dragon. So you're ready to fight for the baby dragon? Michael quickly asked before she says something wrong and cross his limit. Yes. Alicia noticed a grin hiding behind Michael's face and frowned, thinking that he's planning something. Since I don't like bullying little kids, I'll make you a deal. If you can make me even take a step back, I'll give you the dragon. But if you couldn't, you have to give me something as valuable as this baby dragon. Tell me, little girl, do you think you can do this in one move? Don't worry, I won't move or fight back. By calling her a little girl, he flamed the fan of her arrogance. No one except body strengthening stage level 7 cultivators could touch him through the responsive shield. Maisie was only a body refining stage cultivator, so no matter how hard she tries or the level of spells she uses, she wouldn't be able to even move him an inch, let alone make him take a step back. Maisie gritted her teeth and tightened her fist, looking at the grin on his face. She wanted to knock his teeth out and prove him wrong by sending him flying back. Maisie, don't hold back. Use your strongest attack. Alicia bent over to reach Maisie's ears and advised her. During the Phoenix auction fair, she saw the battle between him and a group of youngsters. It was not even a battle but a one-sided massacre, and she knew about the light blue shield that protected him from their attacks. They couldn't even touch him through the shield, but Alicia knew Maisie wasn't like those youngsters. Maisie was blessed with the innate talent that makes her stronger than anyone in her cultivation stage. Although Alicia doubted Maisie's chance of winning the fight against Ghost, she believed that if Maisie used the Mystic Fist skill, Maisie could break the shield and make him take a step back. The Mystic Fist was a spell that let Maisie conjure a fist made of pure arch energy, and after Noah made some changes to the spell became stronger than it was. I broke many faces of people who underestimated me. Your face will be the next on the list. Maisie puffed out her chest to show her courage and exclaimed proudly and in Michael's eyes arrogantly. This is a rare class spell. I'll place this as the bet. System, is that the Ring of Fire spell? Scanning. Yes, after hearing the confirmation from the system, he smiled and stroked the baby dragon's face while it showed a troubled expression on its face. The baby dragon worried that he might lose the bet and give it to the little girl, but the smile on Michael's face reassured the baby dragon. Alicia took the spell scroll from Maisie's hand and made her way to the middle to be the judge of this bet. Since Michael made sure that no one can take away the baby dragon from him by paying the system 5,000 badass points, he handed over the baby dragon to Alicia without fretting about her escape with his dragon. He almost felt bad for them because yesterday, he killed their friend, and now he's going to take what the little girl desires the most, the baby dragon. Plus, he was going to take a rare spell scroll from her, like taking candy from a baby. Hoo. The baby dragon reached out its claws and cried while he was handing it out to Alicia. Get tough, baby dragon. I'll be over in a moment. Michael patted the baby dragon in the head and said. The onlookers were surprised to see the baby dragon stop crying after hearing Michael's words. He's so lucky. Why didn't I get a baby dragon? What a majestic creature. One of them is going to have a fully grown dragon as their pet in the future. I can't even imagine it. Be glad that you didn't get a dragon. The one who's going to end up with the dragon is in for a ride when rogue cultivators and adventurers hear about the baby dragon. If you ask me, neither of them can protect the baby dragon and raise it as their own. Many powerful families and sects will try to get their hands on it. Michael heard these conversations going around him, and agreed with some of them. But he didn't worry about someone stealing his dragon because if anyone tried to harm the baby dragon, the system would raise an alarm and teleport the baby dragon to either Abyssal or special storage unit of the system. Of course, he had to pay 5,000 badass points per 6 months to keep this function activated. Yet compared to the baby dragon, 5,000 badass points were not too much. You can't fight back, and if you take even one step back, the baby dragon will go to her. If not, the baby dragon and this spell scroll belongs to you. Do you agree? Alicia coldly asked Michael as he nodded, and then she looked at Maisie to see her give a small nod. Remember, she has one move, Michael calmly said, and Alicia could only nod and hope that the Mystic Fist would let Maisie win the baby dragon. Let's see what you got, little girl, that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.